And we are live. Welcome to NFL Live Before Lock. It is Sunday, October 6th. I am Josh Engelman, and I'm starting it all for today. 4 hours of NFL coverage. We are going to be here until 1 p.m., but we're starting it off today. A little bit of coverage from the London game. We've got a game kicking off in a half hour. Vikings and Jets. I'm going to talk about that one. We're going to build lineups on the screen for the next half hour and get ourselves ready for Showdown. Then we're going to turn it over to Greg, to Laffy, to Ben, to Eric. We've got a sea of coverage coming up from now until 1 p.m. And I know you guys are happy to be here. Hit the like button before you do anything else. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell so you know when everything goes live. Follow me on Twitter. The biggest thing you can do today, I want to talking to you guys directly. And if you're getting in late, pay attention. We are dangerously close to going over 100,000 subscribers on this channel. We are at, based on what I see right now, 99,900 and something is what I see. You guys can get us over 100K today by clicking the subscribe button on the channel. We got to do it. There you go. Jordan's got it up on the screen right now. 99,939. Did like 60 people just listen to me right now and do it? Because that would be kind of cool. But 61? Can we get 61 more people to subscribe to the YouTube channel today? I hope so. Be kind of fun. Come join us. Now we need to build some lineups, folks, and chat. I'm going to need your help. Looks like Jordan's built some already, but we're going to build lineups in our single lineup simulator for Showdown. This game is kicking off in like 26 minutes. No, we went down. Fantastic. That makes sense. I could definitely see us going down. What I really want you guys to do, if you guys could pull this off, can we get up to 100K for this show? And then a couple of you just slide on out of there and bring it back down under 100,000 once Laffy gets on. All right, chat. This is what I need from you guys. We're going to build our first lineup. We're going to build it on DraftKings. Who should be the captain for the lineup that we're about to build? Give me the captains. Einsteinium, we can very likely build a 5-1 Jets lineup or a 5-1 Vikings lineup. Darnold, Brees, Aaron Jones, Hall, Darnold, Addison, Jones, Darnold, Jones, Jones. Not a lot of Justin Jefferson love. Hawk Tua. I don't think that's going to work. Feels like we're getting a lot of Aaron Jones love. I feel like Aaron Jones is the name that showed up the most of anybody here. So let's go Aaron Jones. I see no reason to skip out on that. So let's build ourselves an Aaron Jones lineup. And we're gonna sync that up, I guess. We'll see if we could build a 5-1 for Einsteinium. That is not a 5-1. All right, so we've got Aaron Jones in. We're looking to win 100K with this lineup. So we've got it set to large field as well. If we're going to go to Aaron Jones, I think we should try and go pretty heavy onto the Jets. Let's grab Aaron Rodgers. Let's grab... I want to get a little bit more of the Jets here. So let's grab Aaron Rodgers. Let's grab Brees Hall. Let's grab Jets D. All right. So we've got a not insignificant amount of salary remaining. That's Jones. I want to make sure I have the same thing on my screen. Jones, Rodgers, Brees Hall, Jets D. Can we get to two more pieces of the Jets and actually like this? Like if we go to Allen Lazard and Braylon Allen and leave 2,200 on the table. I'm not confident in this lineup. Let's not, I don't want you guys, just in case you don't know this, because maybe this only happens on the MLB shows. This is an NFL show. You might not be aware of this. I am the czar of the single lineup sim. Nobody builds lineups in this tool better than I do. So we can get to a 5-1. We did get to positive ROI. I do not like this lineup. I don't like the Braylon Allen and Lazard piece. I kind of want to take Allen back out of it. Let's see. Steven Leibowitz is pitching Conklin. We could pull Lazard then if we do go Conklin. That gets us to another Jets piece. Leaves us 11K. We could have anybody there. Maybe we go to Darnold then. Darnold Conklin 4-2 to the Jets. Nick wants the Vikings onslaught with Conklin. Ooh, baby. I think we're going to like this one. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The czar is in the building. 99.7. Coming out of the gates hot, guys. Coming out of the gates hot. Yes, that is a line. I don't even know how to say that. Oh, Lakota Kid. That is not how I was piecing up that name phonetically. So no JJ in the lineup. No Justin Jefferson in that one. Feels like we probably need to build out a lineup with Justin Jefferson. And this is what you guys can do for basically like every slate that exists. Showdown slates, the main slate, not just NFL. We'll have this for the NBA. We had it for main season of baseball. Showdown's a little bit different for baseball, but you guys can build out these lineups on your own and get some hands-on data. You can do everything you want to do by hand the way that you would normally want to, but you get the benefits of simulations on the back end. You get the ROI, the win rate, the cash rate. How often is it in the top 10% of lineups? You get all this extra data, and then you can figure out where you need to pivot if the lineup that you built isn't necessarily grading out the way that you want to. And that's why we use this tool right now. All right, let's see what we've got here. What about live before lock today? Yeah, we'll be going for 3.5 more hours, same as we always do. Don't sleep on Myles Gaskin at 200, says Abel. Should we sleep on that? Feels like we probably need to sleep on it. Am I sleeping on it? Do I have any Gaskin? No. Sure don't. I'm going to go ahead and sleep on him, Abel. Eric Rona says, best sub 2K player. I could entertain that conversation. If I'm being honest, I don't have anybody. I don't have a single share of anybody sub 2K. The answer is probably Ruckert, but I don't have anybody sub 2K. It's Powell hands down. Probably Powell or Ruckert, one of the two. Steven Leibowitz says Gibson. That would be my third choice of the group. But I don't like going down that far today. I really don't. All right, let's build a Justin Jefferson lineup. Let's see what we can find here. And let's do a Justin Jefferson in the captain spot lineup as well. What happens if Justin Jefferson is just the best player on the planet today? So, I mean, if we're going Jefferson, we kind of want to go Darnold. I think that just sort of happens by default. I'm trying to filter down some of my list here to make it easier. So that would be Justin Jefferson. If we're going to go to Jefferson and Darnold, feels like we can't really go to Jets D. I think we could probably go to Vikings D at that point. So Jefferson, Darnold, Vikings D. Maybe that's where we go to like Greg Zuerlein. I don't hate that idea. We get a Jets kicker. We get one Jets pass catcher, I think. If we just say like one guy gets the looks, let's say Lazard. Then who ends up being the final spot in that lineup? Is there anything worth it? All right, Jordan, pull Lazard. I'm out on Lazard. I don't want Lazard here. Let's look at. Oh man, that would be a really weird construction. I don't want to go to Jets D, but I think we can go Jets D Brees Hall. And this is a lineup that I don't think anybody's gonna like. If we go Jets D Brees Hall, no way anybody likes this. I'm just hoping it's good. It grades out all right for me. 39.5. Yeah, that's not what we're looking for. Mark Harris says Mike Will and Addison. I'll try that combo instead. Mike Williams, Jordan Addison. That spends the entire bit of salary. Let's see what we get based off of Mark Harris's suggestion. Negative 2.4. Leave it to the czar, Mark. Leave it all to the czar. Sometimes you just got to go as big as possible. Huh. I'm not sure I like Justin Jefferson. I'm going to put this out there too. I don't have much Justin Jefferson at captain today. He's projected for like 15% ownership. I only have about 5%. So I don't really love Justin Jefferson captain lineups. I would much rather, I mean, technically, I'm fading him in the flex spot as well. I have about half the field of Justin Jefferson. That's sort of like the big stand I'm taking. So I'm not surprised that I didn't just fall into really positive ROI Justin Jefferson lineups because I don't really have them. Juice says he's a fade in his book. Okay, I like it. Can we try Jones captain, then Rodgers, Lazard, Wilson, and both kickers? Sure. Campanella, here we go. Jones captain, Aaron Rodgers, Alan Lazard, Garrett Wilson, Greg Zuerlein, Will Reichert. Leaves $2,200 on the table. Let's see what we get here out of Kepanekla. Friend of the program. 1% ROI on my screen. We'll see what Jordan ends up getting it to. Back to the drawing board on that one. Immediately as I look at it, -5 on Jordan's screen. I'm taking both of the kickers out. I'm grabbing. Let's see. Who could I add to be more interesting? If I go Conklin, I'm not going to like that. That's going to leave 1,600. Conklin, Addison, I think we'll like a little bit more there, but not confident we're going to like that one either. But yeah, Kepenekla, pull the plug on that one. I would say avoid the contest that you are about to enter with that lineup at all costs. Negative 34. See, the Czar just has to go about it on his own. I just got to dive into it, feeling the flow. I want to build out a lineup that I think is top notch. And I want it to have Conklin because he's grading out well for me. So we can get Aaron Jones, Aaron Rodgers, Garrett Wilson, Sam Darnold, Tyler Conklin, Vikings defense. There's nothing worse than building lineups like with the defenses because it never feels good. You're never happy to have the kickers. Oh, 33. Really? Really? It's not a self-declared role. If every day I sit down at the computer, fire this single game sim up, and create staggeringly high individual ROIs. Addison captain is the way to go. I don't think that's true. But we could try it. We could try it. Juice 15. If Addison captain is the way to go, let's go Addison. Go like Aaron Jones. Ooh. Let's go Braylon Allen instead of going to Breece Hall. Then we can get Justin Jefferson. We can get Sam Darnold. And then who's left? What's the best play left? Can we get Johnny Munt? 5-1? Just with Braylon Allen? We're up to 860 people in the door. Don't be afraid to hit that thumbs up. Don't forget, we've got 3 hours and 42 minutes of NFL coverage still to come. 60 more subscribers will get us to 100,000. That Addison lineup was not the one, Juice 15. Doesn't appear to be the one. I can give you guys the goods if you want it. You can get Aaron Jones. You can get Aaron Rodgers. You can get the Vikings D, the Jets D, Breece Hall, and Sam Darnold. You can spend every cent with both defenses, both quarterbacks, and both primary running backs. And you could print out a gigantic chunk of sim ROI. Watch it happen, folks. Watch it happen. Jordan's got it coming up on the screen right now. This is why I'm the czar, folks, because I already know that this number is massive. This is the one. Ooh. 3-digit season, baby. 3-digit season. Allen over Hall, Chad Wiseman says. Let's try it. Let's see what that does. Now, this is one of the perfect things that you could do using this single lineup sim, because you could build this lineup now and then see what the effect of one pivot is. Because now, instead of spending the full salary, we switch from Breece Hall to Braylon Allen. We cut the ownership in half at that spot. Now we're giving up a lot of fantasy points and $4,000 on the table. It's probably too much to leave on the table, but this will give us the full data. It's always fun to see. Negative 50% is what showed up on my screen. So the difference between dropping down, you save that ownership, but you can't leave all that salary on the table. That's too much. I think in that spot, you pull, if you want to switch from Breece Hall to Braylon Allen, then I think you also want to take out the Vikings D and replace that with maybe Jordan Addison in this case. Although I think this lineup will be way worse. You would think that's true, Dan. You would think that's true, but countless people on a day-to-day basis will fail you at that thought process. Negative 50. Like I said, we had it right from the beginning. We had it right from the beginning with Breece Hall and with Vikings D. All right. I want one more lineup coming out of the chat here today. So chat, hit me with a captain that isn't one of the crazily chalk captains. I don't want Justin Jefferson. I don't want the quarterbacks. Who's the weird captain we can get to? Right. Okay. You want to go kicker captain? All right. That's the first three answers that we got that were here were all kicker captain. So let's do it. Let's get Will Reichert in there at captain. And let's see if we can build out something that actually looks good. Kicker captain. So if we're doing that, we're going to have a lot of salary to spend. I think we could also do this without Aaron Rodgers. So let's get Justin Jefferson and Sam Darnold and Aaron Jones. We can get three of the top four. We can get the top four. We could also get Breece Hall. And that lets us get Johnny Munt and keep 400 on the table. I actually like this line. That built itself. That immediately built itself. We just need to find out if it's going to be any good. I'd say Conklin was probably the second most popular answer there. 32 again. We're sitting in that 32 range. Oh, wow, 54 for Jordan. Okay. A lot of wiggle room on showdown slates. I don't really see anything that we could do to make that lineup better. I wonder if you bail on Breece Hall to go to Braylon Allen, it allows you to then get Greg Zuerlein, which is kind of interesting. There's no way this looks good. I love making changes on the NFL side and just seeing it come up as like, you have made a giant mistake. Please cancel your thought process. Yeah, like this one, for instance, going to Braylon Allen and Zuerlein. It's just a testament of how good Breece Hall looks in our tools. Better value than Jefferson, better value than Darnold. The only guy that's beating him out really is Aaron Jones. Jones appears to be sort of the best guy you can get to at the top today, which checks out with the way that my exposures look. So we did get a lot of responses after Reichert for Conklin. Let's try a Conklin captain lineup, and then we're going to turn this show over. So I appreciate you guys being here. We're getting up to that 1,000 mark. Let's see if we can go Conklin, and then let's just start slinging the ball around here with Aaron Rodgers. Conklin in at the captain. Rodgers in. Lazard in. Garrett Wilson in. We're just going onslaught Jets. Justin Jefferson and Aaron Jones. That's a big lineup. You just need Conklin to basically score 2 TDs. You need Lazard and Wilson to just have every other reception. There's no running game. Wow, negative 15. That ain't it. Look, we hit one where we went well north of 100 ROI. That is the lineup that you should be taking away from this show right now. Luckily for you, we have lock for this game in about 4 minutes, but we're not stopping NFL coverage. No siree. I'm leaving right now. More NFL coverage to come all the way up until 1 p.m. Like, subscribe, notification bell. Make sure you're subscribing. Let's get up and over 100,000 subs on this channel. Stick around, guys. You don't have to leave this stream. Stay right here. NFL coverage until 1 p.m.
What is happening, guys? And good morning. Hope you're all having a great weekend. And Josh just broke down the Sunday morning game for the Showdown that the Jets are playing over there in London. And now I'm going to be starting to break down the main slate. So we're going to look at projections, we're going to look at ownership, and then we're going to build some lineups here using the single lineup tool here at Stochastic. And if you guys have not done this yet, first, like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel. That's the big one, because at the time we were starting this, we were about 60 subs away from 100,000 on the channel. So it seems like there's a pretty good chance that we're going to hit that mark over the course of this show. So if you guys are watching, you've not subscribed, hit that subscribe button. I think we could hit 100K during this show. And Jordan, pull the single lineup sims up on the screen so we can start looking at some of the projections here. And yeah, I have some interesting lineup builds that I want to go over with you guys. And I had a wedding last night. I only came home a few hours ago and barely slept just because I was playing around with some lineup builds and going over some stuff that I wanted to show you guys right here while we're going over this show. So yeah, Jordan, if you wouldn't mind clearing this out, and then we'll look at the main slate. And let's start looking, as we usually start, with just the projections and the ownership projections, you guys, to give you guys a general overview of who's projecting the best on the slate and where the field is going. So let's start at the quarterback position. And at quarterback, you guys will see that, as per usual, that there's no quarterbacks that are like head and shoulders above everybody else. But we do have Lamar Jackson and Jaden Daniels as the two quarterbacks projected for north of 20 fantasy points. And then just underneath that mark, we've got in the 19 fantasy point range, Josh Allen, Geno Smith, CJ Stroud. And then if we go and look at the ownership projections, the chalk at quarterback for this Sunday slate, it is Jordan Love. Jordan Love, who is coming off a massive game last week. He's got a good matchup this week against the Rams. And in addition to that, we have got injuries to the Rams receiving core with Romeo Doubs isn't injured. We don't know exactly what the full story is, but just didn't show up to practice this week. Wasn't happy with his role in the offense. It was like, hey, guess what? But he had like 8 targets last week. He was like, not enough for me. I'm not playing again or something. So I don't know. I'm interested to hear more information on that, but no Romeo Doubs. In addition to that, no Christian Watson. So you have a really condensed amount of places that targets could be going in that Packers offense. So Jordan Love individually looks really good at $6,500. And then a bunch of his pass catchers are popular. So a lot of the field is kind of funneling to Jordan Love. I understand why that's the case. Then we got Geno Smith. He's 12.5% owned. And then just under 10% ownership going to Lamar Jackson and Brock Purdy. So there's our overview of the quarterback position. Now let's head on over to the running backs, Jordan. Yeah, so over at running back, you guys will see that there is a massive gap between some of the top projected running backs and everybody else, because we have here Jordan Mason projected for 20.6 DraftKings fantasy points, 19.7 for Kyren Williams, and then you have to go all the way down to Derrick Henry to find the next highest projected running back at 16.5. And that's also two of the chalky running backs we have on the slate, in Jordan Mason and Kyren Williams. And you can see why that's the case from a projection standpoint. And those are two guys, particularly if you guys are playing cash games today, you're going to want to have Jordan Mason and Kyren Williams in those lineups. They're going to be extremely popular. And then over at the ownership, you guys will see same sort of deal here, where big ownership gap between the top two guys and everybody else. We have Jordan Mason pulling 44% ownership. We have Kyren Williams just over 30% owned, and then no other running back more than 15% owned. So both projections in terms of the fantasy point projections as well as ownership, Jordan Mason, Kyren Williams, they're standing out there. Now, if we go over to the wide receiver position, no wide receivers projecting exceptionally well for this slate. The top mark it is Nico Collins at 18 fantasy points. And then behind him, it's Jaden Reed at 17.5, benefiting from those Packers injury as well as the Romeo Dobbs situation. So that's why you're seeing Jaden Reed as the second highest projected wide receiver at $6,500. Another guy that I think you guys are absolutely going to want to be playing in cash games today. And then you got Jamar Chase at 17 fantasy points, Michael Pittman just over 16, and no other wideout higher than 14.5 fantasy points. Ownership at wide receiver, nothing as popular as like Jordan Mason or anything like that, but we do have 3 wide receivers that are pulling a good amount of ownership. That is Jaden Reed, 32% owned. Michael Pittman, he is 27% owned. And then Jordan Whittington, who for my money is the best overall points per dollar value play on the slate. He is $4,600. And also in that same game, Rams Packers benefiting from no Cooper Kupp, no Puka Nacua. We saw Whittington just play a massive role for the Rams last week and didn't really get priced up on DraftKings or FanDuel for it. So he's a really good value option. And now if we go ahead and look at the tight ends, Jordan. Yeah, so at tight end, and I mean, tight end just continues to be a train wreck this year, but we have some interesting spots here where we've got Tucker Kraft, Colby Parkinson looking like 2 good value options. As far as the pay-ups go, George Kittle, just over 12 fantasy point projection. Trey McBride, 11.5 fantasy points. Dalton Kincaid, 11.5 fantasy points. 10.5 for Brock Bowers. And those tight ends are all single-digit owned. So the pay-up option is not going to be massively popular. Where we are seeing the ownership go at tight end, it is primarily Tucker Kraft. He is 24.5% owned. And then you got Colby Parkinson here at 15% ownership. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and start building out some lineups. And I do see Christian Smith left us a super chat. So I'm going to plug that one in a second. But first, I want to walk you guys through a contrarian build that's really interesting for me today that I also think is going to get us a ton of leverage on the field. So where's the ownership going on DraftKings that we just saw, at least as far as the pass catchers and the passing game is going? It's Jordan Love at quarterback. And then on the Rams side of the game, you got all that ownership going to Tucker Kraft, to Jaden Reed, and then Dontavian Wicks also is somewhat popular, but not like the most popular wide receiver play on the slate. So how do we get some leverage off of that? Here's what I think makes sense. Building some lineups with Matt Stafford at quarterback and then playing Josh Jacobs at running back. And it's totally reasonable to think with the way the Packers have played this year that they are going to be airing it out and that there's a mass amount of upside to the passing game for the Packers. And don't get me wrong, I'm going to be getting exposure to it in large field tournaments, but this is a way that I think we could really get some leverage on the field and build some unique tournament lineups. Go Matthew Stafford at quarterback, plug Jacobs in at running back, and here you're hoping that it's Jacobs who has the big game as opposed to the Packers passing game. And now let's plug in Colby Parkinson as well as Jordan Whittington as pass catchers for Matt Stafford here to make a double stack with him. Because I like Whittington a lot this week. I also like Colby Parkinson. I mean, I know these are not exactly contrarian options individually, but Josh Jacobs, he isn't all that popular. Matt Stafford is definitely not popular. He's pulling like 4% ownership. So now we've got a core of a lineup here that's very cheap. It's giving us a lot of excess salary to spend. And I do want to plug in those other 2 running backs. And now at this point, I'm not massively concerned about the ownership of this lineup because we do have Matt Stafford and we also are getting so much leverage on the field with Josh Jacobs. So this is going to allow us to plug in both Jordan Mason and Kyren Williams, Jordan. And Kyren will actually, instead of Kyren, just because we already have 2 Rams, let's go Jordan Mason still. But I want to go with, let's go with Tyrone Tracy for one of the other running back spots / flex spots here. So Tracy, Devin Singletary, he's going to be out today. So Tracy, it's hard to know exactly what his role is going to be, but he's only $4,300 on DraftKings. He's cheap on FanDuel and DK. He's somewhat popular, but not crazy popular. And I think he's a good source of salary savings. And this is now going to enable us to really pay up for whatever we want in some of these other spots. So I see you've got Whittington already in there, Jordan. And we've got Tracy. All right, cool. So what does that give us for remaining salary? Is that like 6K? Okay. So let's go to our top projected wide receivers who are not Jaden Reed. So let's see what happens if we plug in Nico Collins and Jamar Chase. Give us 2,400. So just plug in whatever defense, whatever defense projects the best now. All right. And now let's see. What a defense was that, by the way? All right. Not the best defense in the world, but whatever. We're just kind of giving out a core of a lineup here, and we'll see how it sims out with all of the leverage we're getting. And yeah, did end up projecting pretty well here. 93.1% sim ROI from just like a raw fantasy points perspective. This is not going to be the highest projected lineup to play on the entire slate, but it still is simming out pretty well. And part of it is because I really like the different levers we're pulling to get leverage off of some of the other popular plays on the slate. So that's an interesting build that I'm going to be looking at in tournaments for sure. And now let's plug in that lineup from Christian Smith. He left us a super chat and he says, good morning, Greg. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to you as well, Christian. Then he wants to know, can we sim this lineup on DK? And he wants to go Brock Purdy at quarterback. Yeah, so Purdy at QB. Then he's got Mason and Walker. So Jordan Mason. He's pairing Jordan Mason with Brock Purdy. And I know that Jordan Mason, if you just look at his numbers, has been massively involved in the passing game. Do you see the rest of the lineup, by the way, Jordan? Yeah, just plug in while I talk here. So while Jordan Mason hasn't been very involved in the passing game just based on like his targets or anything like that, I do think that there's more opportunity for him in the passing game than maybe his numbers might indicate. One other thing that happened in last week's game as well is while he did have 2 catches on 3 targets for 37 yards, he also did have, it was like a 35-yard receiving touchdown that got called back due to what I thought was a pretty bogus holding penalty. And if that wasn't the case, I think people would feel way more comfortable pairing Jordan Mason and Brock Purdy in the same lineup, because then you'd be looking at the receiving numbers for Mason last week. You'd be like, oh, well, he had 3 catches for like 70 yards and a touchdown, but that was taken away. It was taken off the board. And they have been looking at him a little bit more the last couple of games. 3 targets last week, 2 targets the week before. So I do think there's more opportunity for him here. But this lineup did not end up simming out all that well for Christian Smith, and only is a negative 15.1% sim ROI. So let's see. What is it that we could potentially help him with? So he's got Amari Cooper in the lineup, who isn't projecting terribly for us, but not like crazy well either. He's got Brandon Ayuk as a stack combination with Brock Purdy as well as Jordan Mason. I don't have an issue with Ayuk from that perspective, but I do think we could rebuild some parts of this lineup, like taking Kenneth Walker, Brian Thomas, and Josh Downs out. And it's not to say these guys aren't viable contrarian options. You just don't need like all of the most contrarian options on the slate. I like Kenneth Walker against the Giants, but instead of Thomas and Downs, let's try taking them out, Jordan. And we have what there? 5,600. All right, let's go plug Whittington in. Okay, so Whittington, and then we have how much is that? 66? Okay, so now let's upgrade to let's plug in Jaden Reed now. And I bet this is going to come out a lot better just because you've added more fantasy point projection to this lineup, and you still got some contrarian pieces, or not all the most popular pieces on the slate. So I don't have too much issue with some of the chalk we added to the lineup, and this is going to end up coming out as a much better Samara. Yeah, we ended up getting this to be slightly positive there, Christian. So yeah, I think little tinkers like that is going to help that lineup to look a little bit better. By the way, once again, if you guys haven't done yet, like the video and subscribe to the YouTube channel. And if you are somebody who is betting, maybe you're struggling, or maybe you're doing well, but you want to be doing even better, go check out, look at that, 59 subs now away from the 100K mark. Check out Tails. That's our new marketplace. Tails, it is another arm of our company, as well with OddsShopper, as well as Stochastic. And this is a marketplace where you could sign up for individual betting packages. And for a lot of the guys that you guys are familiar with on the YouTube channel, if you want college football picks, we got Matt Gajeski, Ben Raza, they have packages. If you guys are looking for NFL picks, we've got Eric has got his package. Lofty has a package. Josh has a package, and you know that he's going to be doing a lot of NBA stuff coming in the upcoming weeks, because we got NBA starting in less than 3 weeks. You can sign up for any of these guys' packages, pick out whoever it is you want. You can see what sports these guys are betting on. Alex is on here as well, betting WNBA. And also, if you want to sign up for any of the sportsbook links that we have down below in the YouTube description box. You sign up with any of those links, and you get 1 free month of any of the insiders of your choosing. So if you guys are looking for help with betting picks, check out our Tails Marketplace. All right, Tony wants to know, why does Greg know so much about his coworkers' packages? Yeah, so I'm the boss around here, and it's one of the prerequisites. If you are going to work here, you have to send me regular pictures of your packages. It's just it's me being a good boss. It's really doing a health check. I'm making sure everybody's healthy. Let's get back to building some lineups, Jordan Klein. All right, Jordan. Let's go and build another lot. This is not like a massively contrarian build, but it is one that I'm kind of surprised the field isn't a little bit higher on, just because he's been so popular in recent weeks and he's played well. Let's go Jaden Daniels at quarterback. Once again, not like massively contrarian or anything like that, but still, we're getting single-digit ownership on Jaden Daniels, and he's been excellent this year, and he's got a matchup against a Browns team that has really struggled so far this season. All right, so Jaden Daniels, and I like pairing Daniels with Terry McLaurin this week. I was running some sims earlier, and I'm going to be overweight to both of them for this slate. So, all right, we've got Jaden Daniels, we've got Terry McLaurin in there, and this is going to give us, once again, a little bit of a different build than what the field is on. And now let's plug in the popular running backs. So I'll go Jordan Mason and Kyron Williams. Okay. And that is going to make it so we're a little bit tighter on salary for this lineup, but that's okay. If we have to go cheaper, I don't mind going back and then maybe taking like Kyron Williams out or Jordan Mason out, and then we could plug in potentially we could go to Tyrone Tracy if we really need to save salary. But let's go and look at the wide receivers now, and we're going to have to go a little bit cheaper at wide out. So let's go to Wan'Dale Robinson is one of the choices. It's really hard to figure out where the targets are going to go to wideouts in the Giants offense, because so far this year, Daniel Jones has only thrown the ball to 2 wide receivers, and that's Wan'Dale Robinson, and being a little bit, there's other guys who have gotten targets, but the majority of the targets have only gone to Wan'Dale Robinson, and they've only gone to Malik Neighbors, and Neighbors is out this week with a concussion. And look at, just for reference, the stats last week. Giants played the Cowboys on Thursday Night Football. Devin Singletary, by the way, also out of the mix, as we talked about. So last week, Malik Neighbors had 15 targets. Wan'Dale Robinson had 14. Darius Slayton had 5. Nobody else had more than 1 target. So I think Wan'Dale Robinson is in for a massive workload. And also, I think Darius Slayton is a very sneaky contrarian GPP target, because those Neighbors targets have to go somewhere. The Giants are 7-point underdogs playing against the Seattle Seahawks. And I think that Darius Slayton could be a very cheap option who ends up having a really big fantasy game that could seem obvious in hindsight, where it's like, oh yeah, Neighbors got all these targets. They had to go somewhere else. So for right now, I'm just going to put Wan'Dale Robinson in, not Darius Slayton, but just throwing it out as another option, somebody who I'm going to be overweight to as a contrarian option in tournaments. But now we've got, let's see, 47. So let's go Jaden Reed now. And then at tight end, let's go to Parkinson to save salary. Tucker Kraft, Parkinson. I do think they're the 2 best overall tight end options on the slate. And now defense, let's just plug in a really cheap or actually go plug Tracy in at running back at the flex spot and see what that gives us for defense salary. Okay, so that's not going to work. So we have to go a little bit cheaper than... Actually, you know what? Switch out Wan'Dale Robinson for Darius Slayton, Jordan. Let's do Slayton here. Yeah. Slayton there. And now at flex, we could go a little bit more expensive. Let's see if there's anybody who I really like in that. You know, let's try plugging in. Not that he's one of my favorite plays on the slate, but somebody else who could potentially benefit. Keon Coleman's only $4,700, and you do have a Bills team that's going to be a little bit shorthanded this weekend with Shakur out. So yeah, if we go Coleman here, now we've got 3,300 for defense. And this, whatever projects the best, that who's that defense there, Jordan? Denver Broncos, cool. Yeah, that works for this lineup. I have no issue with that at all. Let's see what some people in the chat are saying. We've got Stephen Roach saying, got to play Cooper if you're going Daniels. Cooper plus 25 points, 44% of the time. And this lineup ends up looking pretty solid here, 42.5% sim ROI. I don't think you need a run back in those commander stacks. You certainly can. I don't think it's 100% necessary. And then people in the chat are also bringing up Jalen Hyatt. Yeah, Hyatt's also somebody I would say is viable as a contrarian option. The problem I have, though, is he's hardly played this year. And there's such modest ownership on Darius Slayton, and he's also so cheap at a sub 4K price point that I don't know that we're getting a ton of benefits by playing Hyatt instead of Slayton. I just feel better about Slayton. So I'll get a little bit of exposure to Hyatt, but I'm definitely going to be heavier on the Slayton side of the Giants wideouts there. But let's go and build some FanDuel lineups, Jordan, unless there was any other questions or super chats that came in about specific lineups. There is not. Let's see in Discord. No questions there either. If you guys have any questions for me in Discord, and it doesn't just have to be over the course of the show, it could be anytime, really at any point in all, whether leading up to a slate, during a slate, about late swap or whatever strategy, using the tools, hit me up in Discord. It's one of the perks of having a Stochastic membership is any package comes with access to our Discord channel. So if you do want to sign up for one of those packages, links are down below in the YouTube description box. And one other thing I want to tell you guys about as well is that the hockey season, it has already begun this weekend, but actual main slates are going to be beginning on Tuesday. So there's a 3-game slate on Tuesday, and then there's going to be a full slate on Wednesday. But still, the Tuesday slate has a prize pool. It pays out a $50,000 to first place. And if you guys are looking for access to our hockey data, just $1 for 5 days if you sign up using the link we have down below or the promo code NHL24, NHL24. Let's build some FanDuel lineups now, Jordan. And if you guys are not playing in that guaranteed overlay $3 GPP over on FanDuel, that's been my favorite tournament to play in the entire season. I've profited it every week so far this year, and it's not massively hard to do when they're guaranteeing overlay every week. So get in on that tournament if you're not. I've really liked playing on FanDuel this year, and I can't remember the last time that I was prioritizing FanDuel over DraftKings for a sport, but I've been doing it this year for football because of those contests like the $3 with the guaranteed overlay. So let's go ahead and start building some lineups for FanDuel now. And one thing I like on FanDuel that we can't do on DraftKings that I always like to do when we're building lineups here is look at the Sunday Night Football game, because Sunday Night Football, it is included on the FanDuel main slates. And we've got Justin Fields 8% owned at $7,600. He has been awesome to start the year for Pittsburgh. He was also more involved running the football last week. They've been a little bit conservative with him the first few weeks of the season, but last week we saw Justin Fields take off and run the football a little bit more, had himself a big game. Let's plug in Justin Fields at $7,600 against the Dallas Cowboys. All right. And now one other thing that I like about getting Justin Fields in here as well is Najee Harris is certainly a good option over on FanDuel at $6,500, but he's also crazy popular. We got Najee Harris pulling 33% ownership. So one of the ways to get leverage off of Najee Harris is to play Justin Fields in the Pittsburgh Steelers passing game. In the same way over on DraftKings, we're talking about building some lineups with Josh Jacobs. You get the same effect by playing Justin Fields over at quarterback on FanDuel and then pairing him with somebody like George Pickens, which I would also like to do here, Jordan. Plug him in with George Pickens. Pickens only 6K. He had a good game last week and didn't get priced up at all for it on FanDuel, just 6K. So here's our stack that gets us a little bit of leverage off of Najee Harris. And let's plug in the popular running backs, Jordan Mason and Kyron Williams. Just like over on DraftKings, they're popular on FanDuel, but it's for good reason. And then Jordan Mason looks even better on FanDuel than he does on DraftKings, in my opinion, where touchdowns hold more weight. The PPR bonus holds a little bit less. So we'll plug both those guys in, and that is going to give us a little bit under 6K left in salary to play with here. Let's see. From Dallas, is there anybody I really like as a run back? I don't mind Jake Ferguson at tight end at $6,200, especially because some of the value running backs for DraftKings purposes are not quite as good relative to salary on FanDuel. Like Tucker Kraft is $5,300. Colby Parkinson is $5,100. So they're good value options, but not quite the same on DraftKings. And I mean, you're getting Jake Ferguson for just about $1,000 more expensive. So let's go to Ferguson here. That'll give us a run back for this lineup. Now at wide receiver, let's plug in Michael Pittman at $6,100. Pittman is one of the top overall wide receiver plays on the slate. Also going to be popular on FanDuel and DraftKings. I highly recommend him for cash games, but haven't built any GPP lineups with him yet, and I do think he's a good option to go to. And now we've got, all right, a little bit over $5,000 in salary left, and we've got a wide receiver spot, the flex spot, and the defense spot. Let's see, a cheap wide receiver. Here's another one that we haven't gone to yet in any of these lineups. Let's plug in Dontavian Wicks. So over on FanDuel, Wicks is 12% owned at $5,900, whereas Jaden Reed at $7,200 is 32% owned. So if you do go to Wicks, you're getting a little bit of leverage off of Jaden Reed for lower ownership. So let's plug Wicks in here. And now we've got 5,500 left. All right, so we're going to be probably wanting to look for somebody who's in like the mid 6K range or something along those lines. Let's see who fits. No, you know what? Let's plug in Jordan. Go to actually Javonte Williams at running back. Earlier in the week, Lofty and I were doing our initial looks at the first ownership projections and player projections, and we both agreed that we thought this was a good upside spot for Javonte Williams against a banged up Raiders team. But the one thing that gave us pause is that Williams was projected for over 20% ownership on Wednesday. But what happens over the course of the week? Players get ruled out, other value opens up, other running backs end up looking good. And as a result, Javonte Williams now still in the same spot against the Raiders. Obviously, his price point hasn't changed on FanDuel or DraftKings, but his ownership has come way down. So now he's only 9% owned on FanDuel. DraftKings is a little bit over 10% owned. And now I actually like Javonte Williams as a more modest owned option. So we'll plug in Javonte Williams, and now just whatever defense projects the best. What's the salary on that defense, by the way? Okay. Yeah, I don't hate it. Let's just run this. So we've got, because we didn't have any Giants in this lineup, still had $400 in salary left. So if we really wanted to, we could upgrade a spot or two here, but I'm good with just running this right here. We'll see what this ends up looking like. Yeah, another solid lineup here. 88% sim ROI. So good looking lineup. Played Justin Fields. Got ourselves a little bit of leverage off of Najee Harris. I like that lineup. Let's build one more FanDuel lineup, Jordan. We'll go a little bit quick here to jam it in before we turn this over to Lofty and Ben for the deep dive. And also, we've got, as you guys know by now, we're going to be here all through locks. We got the deep dive coming up next. Ben Raza and Lofty are going to be going through all of the games, talking about all the matchups, all the injuries in each individual game on the slate. And then after that, Matt Kajeski, Eric Lindquist, they're going to come on and talk about their final exposures, any late breaking news, and also just any kind of updates that happen to our data. So stick around for the next few hours as we lead up to lock. All right, one more lineup, Jordan. Let's see. Has there been any requests in chat from somebody about any kind of particular lineup builds? Nothing too specific. I do see Green Checkmark is asking, do the Sims prefer a Geno double over a single stack? And the answer to that is yes. And Geno Smith is a quarterback who I like getting to on both FanDuel and DraftKings. So let's plug Geno Smith in here. Let's go with Geno at QB. Okay, Geno. DK Metcalf is very expensive over on FanDuel. He is $8,200, but he is my favorite combo to stack with Geno Smith. I don't really want to go like Noah Fant at tight end meaningfully or anything like that. So let's go DK Metcalf. This is also another one that's going to give us a little bit of leverage. Kenneth Walker pulling close to 20% ownership at running back on FanDuel. He's the fourth most popular RB on the slate. So another little bit of leverage spot here by targeting the Seahawks passing game. And let's go to Wan'Dale Robinson at $6,100 in this lineup. Robinson, not quite the same value on FanDuel as he is on DraftKings, just because the PPR bonus, which he's going to massively benefit from on DK, is going to get halved on FanDuel, but still like him at $6,100. So let's see what... by the way, didn't want Kenneth Walker in this lineup, Jordan. Yeah, all good. Let's go to Jordan Mason and then Najee Harris at $6,500. I know Najee Harris didn't have the best game last week, but he's still only $6,500. Warren is going to be out again. So I think it is a spot that, at least on paper, should be good for Harrison. Because he didn't have a big game last week, his price remains just $6,500 on FanDuel. So a very cheap, viable running back there for sure. The other thing you could do if you're making Seahawks stacks, you could go to Tyrone Tracy on both FanDuel and DraftKings as a run back. And Tracy's only $4,800 on FanDuel. But for this lineup, let's go and leave it with Wan'Dale Robinson here as the run back. Now, other wide receivers, let's go Jordan Whittington. We haven't built a FanDuel lineup with Whittington yet. Whittington is $5,400 on FanDuel. Okay, we'll go Whittington. And now at tight end, let's go to Dalton Kincaid. Kincaid's my overall favorite tight end on the FanDuel slate this week at $6,100. He's only 10% owned. So you've got Tucker Kraft is more popular than Dalton Kincaid. You got Colby Parkinson's about the same ownership as Kincaid. I really don't mind just spending up the extra $1,000 in lineups where you have the salary to play with. So let's go to Dalton Kincaid here. And now, all right, $5,600. And we've got, what do we have left? Just the flex and defense, Jordan? All right, so with $5,600, let's go Jaden Reed now. We've got the salary to play with. Yeah, and now $4,200 to fill in that final defense spot. Whatever projects the best, as long as it doesn't like negatively correlate with any of our players. Yep, we're good there. So plug in the Broncos D, run the sim, and I'm pretty sure this one's going to come out looking good as well. We'll see. This is what we'll close out on here. And there we go. There's the live look. We are 59 subs away from getting to 100,000 on the channel. So if you guys haven't done it yet, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Help us out. 53.3% sim ROI. So there we have it. That is going to be the final lineup here that we build. And now we're going to turn it over to the other guys. So if you guys haven't done it, like I said, we're nearly at 100,000 subscribers on the YouTube channel. If you're watching, it doesn't do anything negative to you. It's just one click of the button and helps us out a whole bunch. So like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Good luck with all your lineups this weekend, guys. And I'll see you back here next week. Peace out.
That's right. See, that's what a producer should be doing. You see that? You see what you just did right there?
I don't agree
That's
with
what
that
you.
at all.
What's that?
No, don't do that ever again.
You're not a fan of that?
No,
What do you want him to do?
just let's not get crazy before the show.
Yo, good morning. Welcome to the Stochastic.com NFL Deeper Dive Week 5 10-game slate. Got some teams on buys this week, 4 of them to be exact. You got Monday night, Sunday night, and a little football action happening right now. Who dropped that? Good, not Garrett Wilson. Little football London game, Vikings and the Jets. Shout out to Josh for jumping in early. Say a little earlier than usual. Actually, no, same time as always, just doing a showdown live before live. Did you see he is the self-proclaimed single lineup generator or single lineup simulator czar? He has just anointed himself the czar. Said it maybe 25 times in a 28-minute span.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. The self-appointed part, I didn't see that, but no, listen, I always like a little on the game. Change up gives the slate some identity, and now we get less games to talk about, which I think is a good thing. We get to really dig in with the injury news. 10 games a lot more reasonable. So yeah, I'm excited to dive into the slate. It feels different than the ones we've done before.
It sure does. And Rodgers just threw a pick 6. They're down 10-0 in this.
Well done.
Pick 6. Ooh, I couldn't see it. It looked like a linebacker. I mean, this fellow might have been a lineman. No, I don't know who it was. But anyway, hey, happy to have you guys with us. We love doing this every Sunday. You know what we love more, Ben? The fact that they decide to spend their mornings with us.
Of course. Great group. We're going to bring it today. And like I said, I like these type of slates where what we talked about on Tuesday is so different than what we're going to talk about today. You know, things have really changed, and I think it's changed for the better. There's some wrinkles in this slate that are unique.
Yeah, man. And if you guys could be so kind, take a single second, atone for your sins. It's Sunday morning. Well, I mean, look, if there's anything else that you could do today, the one thing you should be doing is atoning on this Sunday morning, hitting that thumbs up, and Ben, subscribing to the channel. We are under 60 subs away. Under 60 subs away from 100,000 subs. Here's how I see it. If you are not subscribed yet, and you do subscribe, and you end up that you've made a critically bad decision, and you just can't live with yourself, I've got a wonderful solution. Hop back in YouTube and click unsubscribe. We'll gladly refund your misery here at Stochastic. But if you like it, stick around. We're almost there. Jordan threw it up. We're 58 away from 100K. And as I've said all week, you want to shut me up, the easiest way to do so is just click subscribe, get us over 100K. And then once I stop talking about it, just unsubscribe if it makes you happier and if you feel vindicated in doing so. But otherwise, show us some love around here. We appreciate you. Money Maj 940. I just unsubbed. Appreciate you, man. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is why the community is so great.
Good job.
Mike H, $10 super chat. Good luck, everyone. And Van Kinkle got the pick. Okay, yeah, appreciate you, man. Thank you for the super chat. Ready to get into this?
Let's do it. Let's dive in.
Only 10 games today, so we'll probably only go 15 minutes over.
Yeah, that's the goal.
All right, let's go. David, no, it's not begging, brother. Listen, it affects me zero, to be completely honest with you, if we were to get less subs or more subs today. But I think it would be cool.
We're going to do it.
What's that?
We're going to do it on the show.
All right, let's go. Cleveland at Washington. I had people really railing on me over on my picks video on Odd Chopper for this one. Because at 3.5, I was like, yeah, I think Cleveland looks kind of good here. It's a fishy line on this game. You know, it's kind of fishy. You'd think it would be more, but now it's down to 3, Ben. It's down to 3. And the biggest question for me coming into this game, the biggest question, and maybe people don't care as much as I do, are Jack Conklin and Jedrick Wills going to play in this game? This offensive line's been beat up. They lost Wyatt Teller as well, which is another big one, but they got another lineman back. If those guys are both active, that actually makes a really big difference because no one's been pressured more. No one has taken more pressures than Deshaun Watson all the season through the first 4 weeks.
Yeah, you mentioned, I mean, those are guys that seemingly on every show that we do, you mention them and for good reason, because they're not names that, we're thinking about when we're talking about our rosters, but they have tangible repercussions for our rosters. And when you look at the Browns have been kind of a mess at times, and I think that's definitely plays a part of it. It's not the healthiest total. It's not a bad total either. I thought it would be a little higher, to be honest. I still don't really believe in Washington's defense, but I think it also speaks to some of the issues that Cleveland might have on the road here. So I get it. It's a piece of news. Cleveland's not, I'd say, towards the top of anything. They have some playable weapons as they've done, but I think most weeks when we talk about them, we're talking about them in the sense of a low-owned stack. Besides Jerome Ford, who in the running back with some of the value, he could be in the conversation, but I don't see a ton for Cleveland today.
I actually liked Cleveland more, was it 2 weeks ago, than I do this week against the Giants?
Yeah, we've been on Cleveland a little bit, like I said, but just
haven't really shied away from. Well, I mean, okay, so week 1, I didn't want much to do with them against Dallas, and that played out fine. Week 2, I don't know. Week 3, we definitely had some, and more so Amari than anything else. And Amari ended up having he had like a 28 DraftKings point game, 2 touchdowns, 87 yards, should have had more. Could he do that again today? I think so. It's just, again, a matter of, and you mentioned last week, was it 2 weeks ago or last week? He had a huge touchdown call back on a phantom penalty.
Yeah, that was against the Raiders. Just an awful call. The targets for Amari are still very healthy. You're talking about 37 through 4 games. Now, they're not the most efficient in the world, but we've still seen it. He's in that perpetual 6K range. I feel like that's where he always falls. It's not going to be very popular. So I get it. I still think, though, all in all, not at the top of the list.
Yeah, it's not at the top of the list for me either. I'd rather piecemeal this instead of stack it, for being honest. Amari's not at the top of my list either, but I have no issues there. You mentioned Jerome Ford. Maybe Jerome Ford is kind of one of those sneaky guys that is just available. And if this again, I had someone comment like, dude, there's no way Cleveland covers the spread here. It's like, well, there's around a 50% chance that they do, Ben. If we're right, people refuse. The people that look at they should be rich from betting.
What's I say? Those are the type of people, and then it's like, did you bet the game? No, it's a definite stay away. Like, what? Okay, that makes a lot of sense. But
yeah, what I'm saying though is that maybe Jerome Ford is one of the guys that we should be looking at. He's getting 12% though. He's not unowned. He's just not super chalk like some of these other running backs. I don't hate him at 5,800. It'd be him and Amari for me.
Yeah, I feel the same way. It's there's a decent amount of quote unquote value to mid-range running back, so it's not funneling to a price point I can't get to. But I still look at, like I said, I'm not anointing Washington anything. So I still think this is a spot where we could see some success for Cleveland. But I agree, it's more in spurts, more in one-offs than in any giant macro level.
Aaron Rodgers just got picked for the second time. We are still in the first quarter.
Okay.
The Washington Commanders. All right. So maybe I'm a little bit higher on Cleveland defense, or maybe I'm a little lower on Washington than others. And this is no slight towards Jaden Daniels at all. He's been awesome. If you're a Commanders fan, you should be thrilled. And I'm not saying this to appease anyone. I don't give a shit. If you're like, oh, you shouldn't say he's great. Fine. What I'm saying, Ben, is that we've seen 4 weeks from him. He's been good. He faced the Giants. He faced the Cardinals. He faced the Bengals. And in week 1, they faced the Bucks and got mopped up. But he's been good. He's been very good. And they haven't had a quality quarterback in a long time in Washington. You should be excited. However, when we talk about sustainability here and facing a Cleveland defense that is still good, even a banged up Myles Garrett is arguably the best defensive player in the league. They have a good pass rush. They have a good secondary. They have a good run defense. Look, if he comes in and just lights them up again today, I'll retract everything I said right now, and I'll be 100% on the bandwagon. But until I see how they perform against a good Cleveland defense that's back is up against the wall, I'm going to reserve the right to kind of have a little bit of hesitation here when it comes to this offense this week when we have some other really good offenses on the slate.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. And it's interesting. It's not to start trying to pick apart or poke holes in what Daniels has done because he's been awesome. There's no doubt about that. You have to be extremely bullish, but he's still, it's 4 games. He's got 3 passing touchdowns. Really, his legs have been the predominant fantasy booster. He's got 4 touchdowns on the ground. He's been hyper efficient from a completion standpoint, but that doesn't really help you a ton. Like you can take some erratic throws. In some ways, you kind of want that from your quarterback. So he's in play. There's no doubt about it, but there's a lot of quarterbacks in play, and there's a lot of quarterbacks towards the top in play. The opportunity cost of taking Daniels is at the expense of Stroud, Lamar, Josh Allen, Love, Burrow. There's a lot of big names on this slate.
Okay, so with that in mind, how do you rank a guy like Jaden Daniels and this offense that also has Brian Robinson and Eckler healthy today, which we didn't expect to be the case?
It makes it even tougher. It's again, you have to put it in context of the slate. Like, it's not that I don't like Washington's offense. If I get some exposure to a guy like Jaden Daniels, I'll be more than content with that. But is he the priority? No, he's not. And it's just because of some of these other spots. And you mentioned the running back situation. At least I don't have to see McNichols just waltzing into the end zone like 8 times like last week, which was just a joke. Not that easy of situation to decipher, though. And then obviously you still have McLaurin on the outside, who I love. He's in that Amari Cooper bucket. But yeah, it's a fine team, but it's not the best situation I've ever seen.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to have some Jaden Daniels, and I'm going to have I'm going to have a little bit of single stacks here. This is what I'm getting right now. Skinny stacks with Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
I'm very okay with that. Very okay with that. I don't want the Washington onslaught. Matter of fact, I don't even think it's viable. Okay. I don't even think it's viable. But as far as the backfield goes for Washington, let's see. And I'll just make sure that I'm not offline here or off base. Yeah. Okay. I'm getting none of this. I think I have 1 Brian Robinson lineup, and I'm going to rerun my lineups. These aren't final, but yeah. I don't anticipate having any of that.
Neither do I. I haven't built yet, but I would be pretty surprised. And I'm with you. The way to attack this is isolate Daniel's rushing ability and maybe go skinny with a guy like McLaurin, and then you build around that. But that backfield is just a very difficult task.
Yeah, it's very tough. And you know what? When it all comes down to it, my highest owned player in this game right now is 16% Jerome Ford. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I have 10% Jaden Daniels. I don't mind saying, all right, if he does keep this up and I'm wrong about everything I think, I'm still not dead.
No, it's always good to have, that's why we obviously preach, making sure that you have some outs with stuff like that. You can short a guy and not be, is it all or nothing? It doesn't have to be like that, particularly if you play a bunch of lineups. So I get it. I think if you ask me though, if I could choose Washington having a big day or a lackluster day, I would choose a lackluster day, just given what I think my lineups will look like.
I agree with you. And again, if you jumped in late, Jack Conklin and Jedrick Wills, people don't pay attention too often to offensive linemen. I would probably hit a slight manual boost to Deshaun and a couple of these maybe just the Cleveland stack, Ben, if those guys are in. I think it makes a huge difference. David Njoku is expected to play as well. I don't anticipate getting to much of him either. Baltimore and Cincinnati. All right. So this total's come down a lot. I had looked at it early in the week and it was 51. Damn, that is what's that?
Seemed too high at that time. I remember talking about it.
Yeah, I thought so too. Then I went back and looked at the history of the games that these teams have played each other recently. And they're like 60, 70 point totals, like actual totals of, scored points. It has come down though, which does not surprise me. It looks like the pretty much consensus outside of FanDuel is 48.5 here. This is one of those sneaky games, one of these odd games that the average person, Ben, you know this better than anybody. The average person comes in and goes, well, Baltimore is the easiest smash at 2.5 point favorites. I can't believe they're not 3.5 point favorites outside of a field goal. That's crazy. How would you bet the Bengals inside of a field goal? This line to me, though, this line speaks to me, I think, more than any other line. Oh yeah, it speaks to me. It's whispering in my ear, brother. It's saying some things.
Yeah, what's it saying though?
That the Bengals being 2.5-point favorites after a 1-3 start and their only win coming against the Carolina Panthers after Baltimore just rolled Buffalo in primetime on Sunday Night Football in a divisional game now, that this game is going to be close and it's going to be high scoring. And if you're just counting Joe Burrow out as a, well, there's just no way, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, you already alluded to it. There's a lot of, you're hitting the road against a desperate divisional opponent that knows you pretty well, that really needs the game. It should be a competitive game. Baltimore wins the game. Would I be surprised? No, they're slight favorites. They probably should win the game, but it's going to be back and forth. Pretty good. You mentioned the total. It's funny though, just the way these teams are constructed. I don't know if it makes it better or worse because you're still pushing almost a 50-point total. Just it's always difficult. We saw, obviously, it was an isolated showdown game. When Derrick Henry gets rolling, it's amazing for him, but look what happened to Zay Flowers in that game. Obviously Mark Andrews has been a shell of himself. Lamar's Lamar. It's just Baltimore is always a tricky team. They're not a typical high-powered offense. Lamar's thrown the ball 33 times in the last 2 games combined. That's ridiculous. It can be really difficult if you don't get the volume.
They're the type of team that can win tournaments. You just have no clue how it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, they're the way they distribute their points is unique. I'll say it. That's the best way I can kind of describe it.
Yeah, it's true. Matt, it's funny because is it so Tid or T forever? I'm a Bengals fan, and generally speaking, these games are very physical and low scoring. Look, I thought the same thing. I went back and looked at the past few matchups with these teams. 51 points scored, 54. Go back to the year before that. I think it was even more insane, Ben. No, 36. Okay. 36, 43. So I guess what I'm getting at in 2021, I think it was, but there was one of them that was just wild. 62, 58, going back like in the Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow era. What I'm getting at is it hasn't really told us anything at all. It's like there's some high scoring games, there's some low scoring games between these teams. And then as bad as the Bengals defense has been, they still went out there and did a decent enough job of limiting Patrick Mahomes to the point where they weren't just coughing up 40 points. So I don't think they're good. I think Henry is in a great spot. But the question is, are you playing Henry when Justice Hill clearly has a significant role and Henry's the highest priced running back? I think it's actually tough. Despite DraftKings initially posting his touchdown prop at minus 390, I think it's tough.
It's definitely tough. I mean, been a discussion we've had on this show for years, because when you have to put it in context with a guy like Derrick Henry, he just did it 2 weeks in a row. He literally just did it. So obviously he can rumble for $150 and a pair of touchdowns. And then you're going to be like, man, that was awesome. But what if he doesn't? What if he only scores once? What if he doesn't get a 100-yard bonus? This guy on the year still only has 7 targets in 4 games. So you are talking about a guy that really is only getting there in 2 ways. It's going to be a bunch of rushing yards, hopefully a bonus, and multiple touchdowns. At 7,800, it's not that easy to really destroy a slate unless he scores multiple times. And if you think that, I'd be more prone to just bet him to score multiple times on the betting markets and take a nice line and move on with your day.
Even that, though, you're getting like 3-1 on multiple touchdowns.
But that just speaks to it.
You're right. You're right.
He's not likely to do that. And how likely is he to really crush this slate if he doesn't do that? What's his path to really smashing without multiple touchdowns?
Yeah. Unless he has like 201, but if you have 200, you're probably getting a lot, M994770. So you're saying sometimes it goes over and sometimes it goes under. I know that's a facetious statement, but that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that the high total in this game isn't all that surprising because these teams have played each other. You look at it, an AFC North divisional matchup, that's got to be a physical, low-scoring game, but they've been all over the map. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm looking at it further. I'm not super surprised by the total. Also, Baltimore is giving up a lot of big passing plays this year. a lot of big passing plays. They've allowed more 20+ yard passing plays than any team in the league. 20. They're on pace for 87. Last year, they allowed 46 on the year. So, yeah, like Chase and Higgins are super viable in a game like this. I personally I'd much rather go to the Bengals stack than the ground here. I don't know how much more Chase Brown, and I like Chase Brown. I don't know how much more they're going to try and get him involved, especially like a speedy, one cut and go running back against this Ravens team, which might be better than a Zach Moss type back, although Zach Moss is a much better pass blocker. Baltimore's run defense has been really good. Ben, if I'm going here, it's the Burrow +2, maybe even Burrow +3 in a spot here, and just try and fully cover everything.
When you say that, do you anticipate, is it still just like pass catchers? Are you getting like Gesicki involved? I mean, what does that look like? Because I'm with you. I'm not sure I'm looking to roll the backfield into a Burrow stack.
Well, I can tell you this. Right now, I have 7% Bengals stacks. No 3-man stacks. And I think a lot of that's a product of the slate. You just kind of don't need to do it. I have, let's see, no Chase Brown, no Zach Moss. So you're saying, am I trying to roll that into what?
Just like the Burrow onslaught. It's a weird build, not in the sense that you can't do it. It's just he's got 2 alphas. So it's like Burrow +2 is, but if
it would just be,
Burrow,
I think, looking at it more, I think it would just be Chase Higgins. And then I think Flowers is the optimal run back there.
Yeah, I mean, I Flowers, you're just going to have to, again, we talked about this and we don't need to spend a ton of time on it. There are going to be some games where he's non-existent, and it's not because of anything besides the way Baltimore plays. Sometimes they dominate you like they did with Buffalo, and he had 2 targets.
Are you interested at all? Because as far as pass catchers go here, you could possibly make an argument for a Rashad Bateman, but I don't think you need to on this slate. Mark Andrews, Isaiah Likely. I'm not getting to the tight ends this week. They're not cheap enough yet is the problem.
Yeah, it's really difficult. Obviously, we've seen Mark Andrews. It's not going well. The guy's got 0 in 2 straight games. And you mentioned it's not just that. It's the product of the price point's not in the gutter just yet. So it's a really tough spot. It's a pass for me. Eric
Ronas Laffy, what's your soul tell you about Flowers? Your Pickens gut feeling, I guess you're saying, help me last week. It wasn't as much a gut feeling as it was the matchup was just fantastic, and it's a buy low spot on a lot of these guys. I've been laddering a lot of guys in betting over on tails with the same approach. It's like buy low on them.
Yeah.
If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You're not going to hit them all. It's what I'm doing with Sutton this week. Yeah. So the problem, and Ben kind of articulated it perfectly. The difference between Pickens and Sutton, who I would group together, I would even group like Garrett Wilson this morning with those guys. Whether he does well or not is entirely unimportant to the kind of philosophy around this. The difference between those guys and Flowers is exactly what Ben said. Derrick Henry or Lamar Jackson can just completely take over a game. So while Zay Flowers leads that team in target share, those teams can win in myriad ways. Whereas like with Pittsburgh last week going up against that Colts team, I'm thinking, if the Colts cover, I think this is a high scoring game, and the Colts, did, and they were a very sharp side bet. Same thing with the Broncos today. They don't need to necessarily score a lot of points, but Sutton's got a near 30% target share, and he's just heavily involved. They also have no other quality pass catchers. When it comes to Flowers, there still are other guys there, and Justice Hill is involved in the passing game, and Henry is. So I actually like Flowers a lot more in a game stack environment with Joe Burrow as my quarterback, or a Lamar +1 with the Chase or Higgins run back, than I do just one-offing him. That's how I like it, Ben.
Yeah. And that, again, it's all a product of just, to me, I start with the slate, then I go to the matchup, then I go to the team. Sometimes it's not the right slate for a guy. Sometimes it's not the right matchup for a guy. And then there are plenty of times, of course, where it's like, man, if this guy was on another team, think what he could do. And that's just the cards we're dealt with some of these.
That's exactly right. All right. Kyle Heck, you're spending too much time on this game. Derrick Henry and Chase, let's move on. No, that's not right. But it's not. It's like,
I mean, what kind of show is that? If we did that, there would be riots. If we said, all right, just play Chase and Henry, let's move on, people would be yelling from the rooftops.
yeah, that's like a one sentence analysis and then just keep it moving.
Yeah.
Favorite plays from this game?
Chase and Henry. No, I'm just kidding.
Only
it would
plays
be-
from this game.
It would be Chase and Flowers, just because I still think that, again, you have to put it in the context. Flowers is going to have some games. He's played 4 games. He's got 2 with double-digit targets and 2 with 3 targets total. You know, it's that type of boom bust at times with this game environment. But I think the wide receivers are the most intriguing position on that slate.
Yeah, it's Burrow, Chase, Higgins, Flowers, and then if you're playing Henry, go for it. I just currently don't have much. I have like 3%. All right, let's go. Buffalo, Houston. Khalil Shakir is out. Houston Texans are 1-point home favorites, 47-point total. We have some good actual like spectator type games today too. Like good games to watch, actual great matchups. This is one of them. Houston coming off a, final minute win against the desperate Jags team last week. Buffalo coming off a game where they got stomped. I got to know what you're doing with Josh Allen today, because like, is this, if there's one spot that scares me, I'm not getting a lot of Josh Allen, and Khalil Shakir is out. Maybe one of the reasons I'm not getting a lot of Allen is because what do you do with him and his pass catchers? But coming off such a brutal loss, I have such a tough time believing this guy comes out and just sleepwalks through this game.
Josh Allen, man, he's Josh Allen. So I'm intrigued. I do think it's kind of an awkward build. I couldn't agree more. But this is still a guy that, in some ways, I could make an argument that him being down weapons just solidifies that he'll say, you know what? Let me get a little crazy. He hasn't been as crazy this year, but it's still there. You could see it. And when he gets going, obviously, he can do it on the ground if he needs to. So you still have Kincaid, who we're obviously going to talk about. You still have, there will be people out there. I think that Keon Coleman's going to be a fascinating, maybe just honestly, just even if you're keeping an eye on it to see what kind of role expands for him in this spot. I'm going to force some Josh Allen in, even if I don't get any organically from my sim runs. I do like him today, and I think that this could be a vintage double-digit carry type game for Josh Allen.
Here's the scary part. Do you want to hear the receiving props? Can I give you the receiving props for Buffalo? Dalton Kincaid, 42.5. James Cook, 20.5. Keon Coleman, 39.5. Curtis Samuel, 34.5. Mac Hollins, 25.5. Dawson Knox, 10.5. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, 12.5. The highest receiving prop for this team is 42.5. And then you've got several of them between like 25 and 40.
So it's scary. There's no doubt about it. But to spin it the other way, one, Josh Allen's passing yards total is not anemic. It's not great. It's in the 230 range, anything like that. 2, the range of outcomes for somebody is going to crush. I don't know who it is, but one of those guys, in terms of alts and stuff, is going to have a lot of upside. There's an unsettled target share distribution. Like, could you confidently tell me of the 5-6 guys you listed, who's going to lead this team in targets today? Because I don't know how you do that.
No, of course not. But that's what makes it worse when I have a rushing quarterback and now I'm trying to figure out who I stack them with. They're cheap, but
you can go skinny.
You pretty much have to, yeah. But also then if you're going with a skinny stack, the Kincaid skinny stack's probably going to be by far the most popular here.
So that's always a piece of the puzzle, and obviously things are going to update. But Josh Allen right now, not getting a lot of love out there.
So you'll artificially boost this
if I have to. Yeah.
I kind of feel you. All right, let me hold your feet to the fire then. You're boosting this then. In order, how do you look at these pass catchers, even if you're skinny stacking it?
Kincaid's one. One, he fills what I think is just a god-awful position. So position scarcity helps. Red zone threat, still a good play. Seems to get hurt in the game every game, but assuming he doesn't do that, we'll be moving 7 targets in that last game, and that game got away from them. I think that Keon Coleman is probably second just because of the unknown nature of him. He's rookie, obviously a beast. He's going to be a really good player, and he's shown some flashes. To me, that's the one too. I think it might be a little too cute if you went like Allen and Cook. I don't really see myself realistically doing that.
Look, I'd go a step further and say there are only two options.
Those two?
Coleman and Kincaid?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm not playing MVS and like
No,
I don't
playing.
Mac Hollins and Curtis Samuel. Samuel's been playing 30% of snaps every week. So yeah. What about James Cook? Do you like him as a one-off outside of stacks here?
Yeah, I mean, he's someone that, again, I'm throwing the Baltimore game out. Like, that has no impact, on how I view anything.
This league is crazy, man. If you're taking like every one single sample week and attributing it and applying it to the next week, you're in real trouble.
Yeah, that's the betting mentality. I see this all the time where this team's banned. Never again. If you do that by week 4, you'll have no teams to bet. You've banned every team from your card because everybody throws up one or two that are just like, never again, this is ridiculous. And so you have to just throw those out. They got smacked in the mouth at Baltimore. It happens. It's the weird thing about Buffalo, and then we can move on though. I don't really know what happens in a very competitive game. Really, the only time we've seen that is week 1. They crushed Miami, they crushed Jacksonville, and they got crushed by Baltimore. So I look at James Cook rushing attempts, 19, 11, 11, and 9. To me, the 19 is probably the most realistic indicator of a competitive game.
You're right. So let's do it. Let's get some Josh Allen skinny stacks in there and see how it goes. 47-point total, essentially a pick 'em. On the Houston side, no Joe Mixon again. Dameon Pierce is doubtful. Cam Akers just isn't very good.
No, that's a spot that I've basically shorted every week and been no problem so far. It's just not really happening there. If he beats me, he beats me.
I'm with you on that as well. I'd say in the passing game, Nico Collins is just, there's not really much to say about him. You love the guy. Nico Collins is just viable every single week. You know, at this rate, the only thing different than last week is that Tank Dell is active and he's good to go. So you have Tank Dell, you have Nico, and you have Diggs, but Nico is still the alpha in this offense, hands down. And if you're going here, that's the clear play. But do you like the stacking options with Stroud? It's not cheap at all. It's tough to get to.
Price wise, you're at the premium. There's no doubt. But so much value has opened up due to injuries. It's very doable if you want to get there. Like, you're not going to have a hard time building a Houston +2. So I get it. It's not my favorite way to build. No, I'd rather isolate Nico and just go that route. But you've got him and you've got Diggs, and that's really about it. Like, I'm not going to get too cute with like a Schultz or anything like that, given the Tank Dell situation.
So I just filtered out my Stroud lineups because I have about 5% CJ Stroud stacks currently. I have 8 CJ Stroud stacks. And how about this? 7 of them are QB +1. I think it's just a pricing restriction thing.
Mm-hmm. And that's fine. I have no problem with that. Of those 7, how many are, okay, you're ahead of me. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was going to say all of them are Nico Collins. 1 is Collins Dell.
So you have no Diggs with Stroud?
Not in my most recent run, no.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh no, I have 1. I'm sorry. I have 2 QB +2s.
So Collins Diggs on 1.
Collins Diggs on 1, Collins Dell on the other.
Yep. So. You need Collins. I don't know how you have Stroud without Collins.
That's also why I like using the Sims and actually looking at what type of lineups are I'm not getting to, because it gives you a better idea of like, okay, the Sims just, you just sim the contest of 10,000 and it's saying like, look, on a slate like this, maybe the Houston onslaught isn't necessary because of what, and this is just my guess, but what you're paying to get to a QB +3 in a situation like that. Maybe it has more to do too with just Nico Collins' target share this year. His target share is significant enough to where, like last year, the QB3 would have looked +3 might have looked a little bit better without Stephon Diggs in there when you were getting Noah Brown and Tank Dell or Dalton Schultz as your 2 and your 3. A lot of reasons, but right now I'm getting some CJ Stroud. That's not terrible exposure. It's just mostly QB +1. And I think that's why.
Very possible. Again, it's all in relation to, what's the opportunity cost? What are we getting around them? And you see, Nico's going to be the most popular play in this game. And I think that's more than warranted.
Anybody else from this one?
No, I mean, you can always throw a flyer defense, particularly the Bills, but not really.
All right, with your thoughts too, let's talk betting for 1 second here before we get to Carolina and Chicago. With your thoughts on how this team looks right now in Buffalo, are you considering any kind of alt receiving props or ladders on these Buffalo receivers?
Yeah, I think that's a way to definitely do it because to me, there's a chance that Coleman, Samuel, or Kincaid have double-digit targets. One of them, and so I look at some of those numbers, they could really, really crush either a receiving prop for Keon Coleman. I think you could look to like laddering because he's certainly a red zone guy. Touchdown prop. Obviously, Kincaid is much more likely. I've been running I copied you with this, and I'm having a blast doing it. My round robin anytime touchdown parlay, which will be out on my Tails Discord as well. Kincaid's been a regular in that, and he never comes through, but he might once again be a regular today. I have a feeling he's going to make it.
I love it. Mine is already posted. The week 5 lotto
Is
ticket
Sutton in
round
there?
robin. What's that?
Is Sutton in there?
Well, I mean, do you need to ask?
Yeah, I know. He's going to be in mine too. He's always in mine too, and he's been damn close.
Dude, he's at top of the league in every red zone metric.
I know. I hear you.
But hey, guys, if you ever want to join us, Ben and me, we got a promo going on, the two of us. Also having fantastic seasons so far as well. Just crushing.
Finally, I can say this. College football yesterday, all the dots connected.
Smoked it, huh?
I really did. Needed it badly.
That's awesome. Yeah. I mean, we're talking a lot of singles. We're getting massive closing line value on these two this week for me specifically, just some wild swings, but not just that. The round robins, the ladder plays. I got our CEO, Tom. I got him on. He told me the other day, he's like, yo, you got me on these ladder plays and they're so fun. He's like,
you're living dangerous. You better hope they hit.
He's like, I don't know if they're plus EV. Well, not necessarily. Not if you're just really distributing one unit across the ladder.
Oh no, you have to do it like that. You and me actually talked about that pretty recently.
Right.
About like when
it doesn't crush you is what I'm saying if you do it that way.
Not at all. It's when you're like, oh, let me put my standard one. It's like, no, you can't put that's 6. That's now 6 units. Yeah. Like each rung is not a unit, please.
Come join us though. First of all, if you download the OddsShopper app and then join any the link is right there in the description. It works great on desktop too. I mean, it was built that way. You'll see that join Tails by OddsShopper. Join Ben or join mine. And when you sign up, use the promo code BOGO, BOGO, and you get either one of us for free for the entirety of the week or the month. So you're getting one entirely free. And, we're in each other Discords all the time, but all of the alerts go straight to your phones on push notifications every time a bet is dropped and in Discord. So, if you like what we do here, you want to hang out, you want to sweat some bets and have a great NFL season like we've had through the first 4+ weeks, come join us, man. I think you'll love it. And if you hate it, I mean, it's super affordable. Super.
Yeah, that's the way we wanted it. That's the way I always envisioned it. It's just all different types of people hanging out, dropping bets. That's the thing that I love. Last thing that we can get it moving. WNBA, MMA, all these other sports. I'm not dropping plays, but my community is. We have a lot of just really good people in there saying, hey, I love MMA. Here's my card for tonight. And then I get to tail other people. It's that type of thing. It's not just, oh, if I don't drop a play, nothing's happening. It's far, far different than that. And that's my favorite part, honestly.
Absolutely. BOGO, link in the description, baby.
BOGO.
Just use that on either one. Carolina, Chicago, 40.5 point total. Bears 4-point home favorites. I feel like this might be the back down to earth game for Andy Dalton on the passing front.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chicago's secondary is pretty good, man.
This is not a great spot for Carolina. I'm actually debating. I haven't yet, but I might end up betting Chicago.
Yeah. I grabbed it at 3.5.
Yeah, there's 4s out there. I'm okay with that number.
Yeah, 3.5 to 4. Not a crazy. I mean, it's a difference, but it's not 2.5 to 3. I will say Carolina's offensive line, their blocking has been really good. Their pass blocking has been fantastic. I will give them that. But Dalton faced the Raiders, and take it for what it's worth, but PFF has them as the lowest pass coverage grade in the league. Then they face Cincinnati. We know all about Cincinnati up until this point. Maybe they're sneaky again, Ben. Maybe it's a sneaky spot again. But if I'm going here, look, if you wanted to make the argument to me that Deontay Johnson is a great play, yeah, I get it. The guy has 27 targets in his last 2 games with Andy Dalton. He's peppering him in the red zone, in the end zone. All of those things line up, and you go, hey, I can deal with the bad matchup. Totally get it. I think you could argue he's also still a little bit underpriced. And Chuba Hubbard, just a massive workload. The guy's been fantastic. He's averaging almost 5.5 yards per attempt this year, back-to-back 100-yard games since Dalton took over. So yeah, I'm not going to argue with any of that. Last week, you and I looked over some of our lineups in the contest sim, the post-contest sim on Tuesday on the First Look show. I had basically no Dalton, yet I had a ton of lineups where I had Chuba Hubbard and Deontay Johnson in the same lineup. I love doing that. And the Sims just fed it to me without Andy Dalton. That's not going to be nearly as much this week, if at all, for me.
Same. And I still think you can clearly go to those two. They're probably the 1-2 combo on Carolina, and really the only guys that I'm not getting to these other players, just simply not going to happen. I just don't love, we just repeated this. I just don't love the matchup. So Dalton's out of the picture for me. One-offs of Deontay or Hubbard, sure, but it's not, even in hindsight, it's just not as good of a spot as it was last week.
I'm hovering around 10% on Deontay Johnson. I'm very underweight on Chuba Hubbard this week. I also think a lot of that has to do with the value that is now opening up at running back. It's really kind of tamping down that value on guys like Hubbard now that his prices come up a lot. Last week, he was the best value guy, or one of them.
Yeah, last week, I mean, him and Najee were like two of the only reasonable pay down options. Now we'll talk about guys that we haven't talked about, from Tracy to whatever's going on in Indy. There's just potentially new spots to attack.
Super chat from Brandon Wagner. Thanks, brother. DraftKings single entry 3 max. I have full on Jags Colts onslaught, Flacco plus both receivers and both alpha Jags receivers. And and bringbacks, 2 terrible defense, and feel like this game could pop or flop. ETN 3+ touchdowns incoming. Thoughts on the approach? No, look, if you're going to do it, I don't hate that. It's a game with a pretty good total. Both defenses, as you've mentioned, have been bad. It is, you called it a pop or flop. I see it the same way, because both of these offenses could stink too. And it's a divisional spot, Ben, which are super unpredictable. Pretty concentrated in Jacksonville. No Evan Ingram again, or at least no expected Evan Ingram again. Joe Flacco is a better passer than Anthony Richardson. So I see it. I understand that. I don't know if you need to go full out onslaught on this type of slate, but I mean, it's not like it's dead, Ben.
No, definitely not. As long as you kind of know what you're getting into, it's an extremely high variance type aggressive lineup. You're going full onslaught. So if you get the game right and whatnot, you could be in business. If not, you're going to be pretty much stone dead. But that is a game that I plan to be overweight on a macro level. I have some strong takes in that game, so I get it.
All right, good, because we're going to get to that very shortly. I think that is up next. That's up next. So let's talk about Chicago. You like them today against Carolina?
No, I like Swift.
Interesting. Are you just kind of fading the like number of mouths to feed in the passing game? Is that what this is with Keenan Allen back?
It's just it's a situation where I have absolutely no idea what the priority or the order of the target share looks like. And the difference to me between this and when we talked about Buffalo, with Buffalo's guys, if you're going to one of them and punting, you're not paying $6,600 to find out. You're getting rid of a tight end or a cheap wide receiver. Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, these guys are not cheap. And Rome, these are good players. I worry about it. I'm still not super in that This is going to be a prolific passing attack. You also have Komet to feed. Swift, I think, will get good work. But no, I'm not there.
Okay. Let's look at ownership on these guys for a second. You know, it's super cool too. We migrated everything over into the data hub where the Sims is now. So like you can get all of that information instead of being on 2 different tabs. You can just dial it back and forth. And it's been so helpful. But so like I ran the Sims and now I just have to go over to this. Let's see. So what was I looking at? Okay. DJ Moore. He's getting only, yeah, we don't have him projected all that well. 5% ownership too, around 12 fantasy points. Keenan Allen, similarly. Adunze, let's see. He's not projecting well at all. So I guess it would come down to Swift, and he does project well. So I get what you're saying. Cole Kmet probably isn't, yeah, not much for Cole Kmet either. So Swift, yeah.
Yeah.
Although you do wonder, you know, his last week of flash in the pan, is it all a mirage?
Very possible. It's also a game, not that I'm not doing anything crazy with this, but as we get later and later, playing in Chicago outdoors with wind is certainly worse than, you know, playing in the numerous stadiums that have nothing to worry about. So that doesn't help either.
Yeah. And Caleb Williams has been okay. I mean, I saw someone in chat say it's not a Caleb Williams problem. It's a offensive line problem. It's both. It's also play calling. The play calling has been bad all around. Williams has made some bad decisions. He's also made some good throws. The offensive line is not blocked particularly well. The play calling has been bad. Also 19-mile-per-hour winds in this game. So
there you go.
Maybe it is another Swift day. It felt like, hey, maybe Roshan Johnson sorry.
Roscoe.
Yeah, is going to be the guy. And he's played the same amount of snaps last week as he did the week before. So Swift actually played more.
That's the thing. It's an asset to them and a knock to us. A guy like Roshan Johnson, he's a good player. He garners some work. That doesn't help anybody because he's unplayable, but he does enough to just be kind of a cannibalization of some of the guys you might want to play.
Yeah, that's right. You ready to talk Indy and Jacksonville?
This game could actually be pretty nasty, by the way.
In what sense?
In terms of if there's one game that's going to be like, from what I've read, raining and stuff, it's going to be this game.
The weather?
Yeah.
Let's pull it up.
Pull it up. Total's still pretty healthy, so keep that in mind too.
Yeah, I think it was 47 when I looked earlier in the week.
Yeah, it's come down. It's like 45.5 right now.
Yeah, which is not, that's not a huge deal. But here is the thing. All right. And I'm just pulling this up right now. Trevor Lawrence is really not good in the rain. He can't hold on to the football.
He's not good in the sunshine either, so it doesn't really matter.
Maybe he fixed this. I'm serious though. The guy has real issues holding on to the ball. And when it's raining, it's even worse for him.
I mean, he's been terrible. I'm not even a Trevor Lawrence truther. Why am I even saying that? That's not even true. But I have played him a decent amount this year. This is it. This is beyond it for Jacksonville. And you could put it in Sharpie, maybe too strong, but some type of marker that doesn't wash off that easily. Jacksonville is winning and covering today. They will get it done today.
You like the cover?
Yes.
Okay.
Jacksonville's been awful in every facet. There's no denying that. But there is a but. They've played 3 road games. They played Miami when Miami was good at Miami. They played Cleveland at home. They played at Buffalo and at Houston. Realistically, what should they be? They're 0-4. But at the best, what are you, 2-2?
They've not been good.
No, they haven't been good at all, but they have a 3, a 4, and a 5-point loss.
I know.
You're
right.
They're going to be all right.
The only time they got blown out is when I thought they would compete.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, against Buffalo, they no-showed.
Yeah, they did. So does that mean, though, that you're looking to them in DFS, or is this isolated mostly to betting?
No, it goes to both. I
just looked, by the way, Ben, the radar. It's going to rain all game.
That does, like I said, that does worry me. But to me, it's also the total will reflect that. If it continues to drop, if it drops below 45, maybe I'll look at some different things. But it's a good game. You've got Kirk, you've got Thomas, you've got Lawrence. If you want to go that route, you could also run them back. I mean, the Pittman thing, it escalated quickly. We were both kind of like, there's going to be a spot for Pittman. I didn't realize it was going to be this week. It now, in fact, is this week. He's going to be very popular. And with Flacco in there, he's going to be busy. So you can go right there. And right there, I just rattled off a bunch of play. And then obviously Josh Downs is going to be that second wide receiver for Indy. He's got abilities, of course. You can go all over this game. I think it is more pass catchers than backs, though.
Man, you finally get your Pittman spot.
Yeah, of course, when he's 30% owned. Real good.
In the rain.
Yeah.
It's hard not to like him, though, right? With Joe Flacco.
He's going to be busy, and to me, that's really all you can ask for. If he has double-digit targets, and I think it's a pretty fair shot, you kind of have to live with the result.
I think we need to talk about Trey Sermon a little bit here.
Okay.
Oh, do you disagree?
No, not at all. Just this is what I'm talking about. We weren't talking about Trey Sermon on Tuesday. We weren't talking about Tyler Goodson on Tuesday.
Yeah, we did a little bit, but it was also one of those spots where we just had no idea with Jonathan Taylor.
Now it's a reality for sure.
All right, so hear me out. I'm like, Zach Moss and Trey Sermon are not a 1-to-1 comp here. Like you can't use Sermon. You can't use Moss last season as a full out just proxy for Sermon this year, but he was leading the league in rushing when Jonathan Taylor missed the first 4 weeks of the season, and they just fed him a monumental amount of rushing attempts, right? Like he played almost every snap. Goodson hasn't gotten a single carry this season. So you have Shane Steichen saying that this is going to be a timeshare. But Trey Sermon has been the only guy to back up Jonathan Taylor. When Steichen benched Taylor after the fumble in week 2 or 3 or whatever it was, Moss came out and he lied about it and was like, no, we just wanted to see more Sermon, which is come on. But we know what happened. It was Sermon. Last week after Taylor went down, every running back snap went to Trey Sermon. So from a skill level perspective, I'm not saying he's great. And they did preemptively price him up, which is what you're going to have the issues getting to him with because, Tracy's not the same. But what if he really is just the guy that gets all the work in a bad weather game where you have to run?
Certainly that's the bullish case for him. You mentioned it, the biggest knock. A lot of that value is gone before we even start because he is priced. You're inferring a lot of stuff. He literally is the same price as Swift. He is $100 cheaper than Ford. We know a lot more about those guys than we do this guy and the role that he's going to play. So you're paying for some uncertainty, and that can be a good thing, but it also could be a bad thing. And at 5,700, it's not allowing you to build differently where you say, oh, I'm playing Sermon because it allows me to do something else. You can do the same things with multiple other running backs that we've seen for a long time.
You're right. But also that Colts run blocking, that Colts offensive line is fantastic.
He's going to have ample opportunities. And he's in the conversation. I'm not ruling him out. It's just not the same where it's like this guy is the only playable guy at that price.
Everything you're saying is right. If he was 4,700, we'd be looking at this entirely differently, right? We'd be looking 100%. At this. He'd probably be the most popular play on the slate. Here's what I'll say. I'm going to manually boost him a little bit to get just a bit because he's only coming in around 3%. I'm going to boost him a little just to get some. Because if this ends up being a game that plays out that way, and his rushing prop actually went down when Joe Flacco was declared the starter and Richardson was out because Flacco's passing yard prop was quite a bit higher than Richardson's. Yeah. But also Flacco's not going to run. So if this ends up being a game affected by weather, Trey Sermon might be your best option. So that's where I'm at on.
All very reasonable. We just simply do not know. There's a lot of unknowns in this game, and I'm going to pay to find out in some regards. It's just more on the pass catcher side.
Who else you want to talk about from the Jags pass catchers or from Indy or for Travis Etienne?
I'll be honest, I really don't know that's the one guy that I really am just lost on is Etienne. I can't seem to get a read on what they do, what he's doing. Is there game script issues? is this a guy like Tank Bigsby on the ascension? Is he an afterthought in a certain game script? It's just really tricky. So of course, ETN, I still believe, and he's coming down a little in price, has some talent, but you haven't seen that ceiling for quite a while, certainly not this year. And that does make it really tough. He's, I think, pretty reasonably owned, sub 10%, but not nothing. So I'm kind of punting ETN. If he popped up in a lineup or two, sure, but that's about the extent.
Yeah, I'm also worried how much Tank Bigsby gets.
That's what I mean. Like there's a lot of unknowns, and I don't know.
Agree.
I don't know what causes that. That's my biggest worry. It's not like, oh, if they get down, he cedes time, or if they're winning, he cedes time, or if they're getting blown out. It just seems like he's not in full control.
It's true. All right. Miami and New England. Let's do it. I just don't see how I get to anybody from Miami, Ben. Odell Beckham's expected back, but Raheem Mostert's expected back as well. These guys have been totally neutered since Tua Tagovailoa went down.
I forgot the name of whoever mentioned at the beginning of the show. This is a game where we can do Chase Henry and move on. This is a terrible game. There's nothing to say about this. I'm not. It was
Kyle Hecht, if I recall correctly.
Kyle, there he is. I have nothing to say. I thought that we saw in the 2-game Monday night slate, I thought there was a chance that Miami would be more unique and flexible and dynamic. They were nothing. They were flat and they were not useful. I don't think that's going to change here.
Megamind genius play Ramondre Stevenson. You know my thoughts on this. Megamind genius, large field. If you're doing the milli or the mini max or something with
really
hundreds of thousands of entries, Ramondre Stevenson.
I know what you're getting at.
You damn well do, brother.
But go ahead, take it away. I don't have a lot to say. I believe in the fact that there's a lot of this could be coach speak and his role is not going to be affected. You better hope he doesn't fumble again, though.
Yeah, I hear you, but Antonio Gibson has the highest fumble rate in the league since 2021. So what if he fumbles too? Seriously, him and Ramondre have the same amount of fumbles over that stretch, and he has fewer carries than Ramondre Stevenson. And Ramondre fumbled in the first quarter last game, sat out a drive, which was a 3-and-out, came back, ended up playing 67% of snaps in the third quarter, and still had 13 carries in a game where they were playing from a huge deficit. So all I'm saying is it's the Megamind genius play. You get a few percent of it. You don't let it dictate your slate at all. But you talk about a guy that, like, he's by far and away their only offensive weapon. Sure, Gibson's been fine, but Stevenson's still the best guy. It's so silly to me that Gerard Mayo is making a big issue out of this. Like, oh yeah, if Ramondre didn't fumble in those games that you lost by a combined score of 54-16, maybe you would have had a chance. What are we talking about? They had no chance. He knows that. If he's just signaling here, like, look, I got to do this, and then you'll come back out and you'll get a lot of work. I want a little piece. For what it's worth, I also played the 100+ yard alt prop and hammered his over 38.5 rushing yards. So I don't need a lot of DFS.
I joined you on that, but yeah, it's a tough spot. The one thing that I can speak to what you're saying favorably is the Patriots aren't any good. So they don't have the luxury of being like, we're going to sit this guy down. Like, you don't have other options. And yeah, Gibson, maybe he can handle it, but it's still a game with a 36-point total that I want virtually nothing to do with.
That I would agree with. And yes, Greg, all of you guys, I know that Gibson is starting, but that's what I'm saying. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't. Like, it means he could get all of the work, or he could get the first drive and then Stevenson gets 5 drives in a row. That's true. I think this is better from a betting angle, if we're being honest.
Sir?
All right. Move on.
Yep, absolutely.
Arizona, San Francisco. Trey McBride, George Kittle, both expected to play here. 48.5 point total. I'm tempted Arizona plus 7.5 in this game, Ben. Divisional spot coming off a blowout loss against the team that just had a blowout win. It tempts me outside of a touchdown.
Yeah, I mean, divisional games when you're getting a bunch of points, even if you have to hit the road, uh, always intriguing. Cardinals are a tough evaluation across the board. I mean, we've seen at times already. It's only been 4 games, but we saw, vintage Kyler. He looked fantastic. The guy, the first 3 games, he only had 5 carries in each of those games, but he basically had 50 yards rushing in all 3. So you saw some really good gains. Against Washington, he had 1 carry. That's not what we're going for at all. Now, they just lost control of that game. The one consistent thing, Connor, it's been awesome. He crossed 100 yards again against Washington. But you're going against San Fran. I know they're maybe not at the height of their powers, but do we really want to get involved in any big time way with Arizona? I'm a little scared to allocate serious salary to the Cardinals today.
Yeah, I am too. I think Connor's kind of interesting because I'm not sure anybody's going to be really looking that direct. Like, what's his ownership? What's James Connor's ownership? It's got to be low, right? 3%.
4%.
3.7%. I have him in the Sims right now as I can't. I don't see. Let me put it to you this way: I don't see myself, and right now I'm not. I don't see myself getting over the field on anybody from Arizona.
I'd agree with that.
Do I have any Kyler? I actually don't, Ben.
I'm okay. I mean, I would, I'm kind of punting here. I would be fine if you had some Kyler, but I'd also be okay not having him. Like, again, this is a really tough matchup. You're not getting a price break at all. I don't know. I mean, Kyler's got some skills, but there are other mobile quarterbacks in that same range with better matchups.
How about San Francisco today with everybody outside of Christian Jordan Mason is just hands down a phenomenal option this week.
We talked about this a lot on Tuesday. It's definitely a really good option. I think he's going to be very, very popular, not breaking any news there. And the thing that we differ on, not in terms, I think, of what we think is going to happen, but the concern, Jordan Mason, I still don't know how viable he is in the target game. Is he Derrick Henry, or is he a back that could see 3 to 5 targets in certain games? I do think that's going to become more and more important as his price moves up from, let's just track this, 46 to 52 to 62 to 67 to 7,400 now.
Yep.
At some point, you can't just rely on 24 carries. Like, it's not enough. So that's what I worry about with Jordan Mason. He's clearly a high floor player. He's going to have phenomenal anytime touchdown prop, as he should. No targets makes it tougher, though.
I think you're undervaluing his passing game role a little bit.
That's the key. And I might be.
So last week he had a pretty long receiving touchdown called back.
Well, it didn't count.
Man, how many bad kind of phantom holding calls to call back touchdowns have we seen this year?
I mean, it's just awful.
Am I just, is this me just being biased because some of the guys, I mean, likely some of it is probably because I'm like, oh man, I had a lot of him, but also we've seen a lot of them.
It's been a lot of them.
So last week he ran, let's do this real quick. We got plenty of time, right? We're on game 7. So yeah, we're good. And Eric and Matt coming up at 11:30 Eastern. Make sure to stick around. They're taking you all the way up to 1 o'clock. Week 1, blowout win, but 22 routes run, only 1 target for Mason in that game. Week 2, he ran 26 routes, only targeted once, but he's just out there so often. Week 3, targeted how many times? 2 times on 27 routes. And then last week, Mason against the New England Patriots, 16 routes targeted 3 times. Again, a game where, only Juwan Jennings ran 20, Debo only ran 25. So maybe you're right. Maybe they don't want to use him there. The difference to it that I see is he's still on the field for all of those snaps. Like, there's nobody competent behind him. They don't have a pass catching back in San Francisco.
That's a fact. Like, Garindo or any of these guys, nobody's materialized whatsoever.
Right. So if he's out there, the opportunities could exist just by way of being out there. But I get what you're saying. Either way, pretty good spot. Big total in this game. High implied total for San Francisco. Not a good Arizona run defense. And he's just getting a massive amount of work. What are you doing with the pass catchers, though? They're healthy.
They are. And that makes it tougher, but it suppresses ownership a little bit. So you get some benefits and some negatives. I'll use them again because I think not only are you getting access to some, just solid players, guys like Ayuk, I think are fine. Obviously, Debo. I think it's pretty clear we're all saying, barring something really ridiculous, that Jordan Mason needs to live with touchdowns. And if one of these Niners wide receivers happens to catch a bunch of touchdowns, remember Jennings a couple weeks ago, not only are you going to get that benefit, you're going to kill Jordan Mason's upside simultaneously. So there is some really good leverage there. And for that reason, I will splash, particularly with the Debo or an Ayuk.
Are you fluent in Spanish?
Yes.
So what does this super chat mean?
From Steve, it says, "Oh
Yes,
my God."
The other one's in
the other
Spanish.
one, it says, "Oh my God, let's go Mets." So shout out for that.
So you're not fluent in Spanish.
Yeah, well, I got part of it.
I thought there was a chance. Well, Malo is bad, right?
Gato is cat.
Someone tell us what
I took
that
7
means.
years of Spanish too, which is just like, I should be able to know what's going on.
That's what I saw too, Jordan. So I didn't even say that because it just sounds weird. Let us know what that means. Anyways, thank you for the super chat,
Mets.
Steve. I disagree with the Mets. Although coming into this, I hit all my buddies up because I'm a Phillies fan. I said the Mets are winning this series.
Good.
I really have. When you come into a postseason hot and then you get a wild card win in that way like they did, and the Phillies are coming in just cold with the bats quiet, is it any surprise?
It's not.
What a wasted gem for Wheeler.
Yeah, it's a tough scene. Miracle Mets, baby. He also said, if you translate that again, it said, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, we're going to hit 100,000 likes in the next 20 minutes. You don't want to tell people in years from now that you weren't part of the first 100,000.
We're 56 away, Ben. 56 away.
There's 56 people out there watching that could do it.
There's
like
56
you could just do it if
out there that aren't subscribed that are watching.
100%. And if you want, you could just press subscribe. Nothing happens, by the way. I want to be clear about this. Maybe this is a me thing. When I hear the word subscribe, I always think like you have to pay some, like there's like, we're talking about subscribing to YouTube. Like you just press it and nothing happens.
I hope people know. Come on. Don't do that.
Is that crazy to think? Like,
yeah, that is preposterous.
Fine.
What you thought if you
forget what I said.
A YouTube channel, they immediately, it's like it's just a phantom charge starts hitting.
No, not phantom charge, but it's like, oh, subscribe means that
yo,
I told you.
How about that? We did it. You guys are the best, man. We did it. 100,000.
It's because I told people you didn't have to. Did you see? Everyone's like, oh shit. Now I realize.
Hold on. Is that really what just happened? That you told people they didn't need to pay to subscribe and we just got 56 out of nowhere and hit the 100K on the dot? That can't be right.
This seems suspicious, but I'm taking credit for it.
You're more in tune than I am, brother.
I told you.
Appreciate you guys. That's awesome. 100,000 subscribers during the flagship NFL show. Jordan, get that off the screen and before someone removes their sub. Awesome. Thank you guys. That's good stuff. Now, Matt already said he's going to funnel a 4 Loco when we do a live before lock on Monday. You support that, right?
I do. I support Steve. Appreciate that for 100K. Very generous. Thank you.
Very cool. Thank you, Steve. That was really nice of you.
Yeah.
And thanks to all you guys who have supported the channel. I mean this. It goes a really long way. We can't do this without you guys. So Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. It's awesome that it happened live, like, right? Because it really cool.
I mean, it's better that it happens as straight catalyst from my explanation. I will take that to the grave. But yes.
Dude, that is bizarre.
Told you.
That was
I
bizarre.
know people.
I'm gonna just start using that. It's
You
free.
should, because people are like, oh, I didn't realize.
I can't believe that. David Wayne, whoever was the 100K sub should get a free month. Can we figure that out, Jordan? Who was the 100K sub?
No, because people are gonna.
You can or can't? You can or can't? Okay.
I hear myself. Do you hear yourself?
Yeah, I did.
Oh.
No, you're good, man. You're good. I truly couldn't hear you. I was gonna say, yeah, give him a free sub. All right. Where are we at? Thanks again, guys. That was pretty cool.
We got 3 games.
Vegas and Denver. The Raiders have a crazy winning streak against the Broncos right now. I think it's like 8 straight. And the Jags have an even bigger winning streak over Indy. Am I wrong? Is it 14 games or something insane? You don't know.
I have no idea.
I also don't really care about that, but people do. I truly don't. I just know because I see it all over Twitter. No Devontae Adams. This is kind of a scary spot for the Raiders. The Broncos defense has really performed well, man.
They have. This is another team that I'm looking at potentially in the betting markets, and it's a very low total game, so you're gonna have to pick your spots pretty wisely here. But there's a couple plays more on the Denver side. I really don't have a lot for Vegas. You mentioned, no Adams, no White. Powers, I keep wanting to get to him, and I still believe in the talent, but I have Kincaid firmly ahead of him. Don't have much to say for you. I respect Denver's defense a lot, particularly in Denver.
So do I. And Zamir White's out. Like, do you really want to go backup running back on that Vegas team right now?
No.
I'm having a tough time with this. I would assume that they just moved Patrick Surtain around. Like that Patrick Surtain's not shadowing anybody today.
Who's there to shadow?
Right. But I'm saying he has been recently because he's been facing like Garrett Wilson. He's been not like a full out shadow, but Garrett Wilson, George Pickens, a bunch of these guys, right? So I don't know. Do you like Trey Tucker? Or do you like Jacoby? If anybody, it would probably be Brock Bowers for me, if we're being honest. I think he's okay today. I kind of like him, and tight end stinks. I like Brock Bowers.
Bowers, again, he's a talent, and he's at a weak position. Trey Tucker, I also think is probably somewhat playable in the sense that, his price point hasn't come up enough. But honestly, I'm not starved for value, so I really don't have a lot to say about the Raiders. I'm not forcing it in a team that doesn't have a good implied total at all.
On the other side, you already know where I'm at on Cortland Sutton. I'm taking shots on Sutton this week, Ben. And look, don't come yelling at me if it doesn't work out. You guys make your own clicks, friends. But I'm boosting Sutton up. He has a 29% target share. You go on PFF, you look at expected fantasy points. Expected fantasy points is 17 per game. Actual is 10. That is the biggest gap of any player in the league this season. Expected yards is 306. Actual yards is 192. He has 11 red zone targets. It's second in football. He has 7 end zone targets. That's second in football. It's a good matchup against the Raiders secondary that grades out worst in the league. Got carved up by Andy Dalton just a couple of weeks ago. Here, Max Crosby's going to be back, but he's clearly not close to 100%, and we've seen that throughout the season. If it burns me, fine, but to me, it's a buy low spot on a good receiver when his quarterback finally has a good matchup. And again, rain-soaked game last week in New York or New Jersey. He had 60 passing yards, and Sutton had 60 receiving yards, which is insane. Do you realize that? He had 60 passing yards, Sutton had 60 receiving yards.
Yeah, that's insane.
And a
Actually
touchdown.
Insane.
But then, okay, Seattle in week 1 against the 12th man in his first ever start. Pittsburgh in week 2. They faced the Bucs in week 3, and Nix was good. He ran 2 touchdowns in. He didn't need to throw them. Look, I'm not saying he's good. All right, please don't put words in my mouth here. But if there was, look at it this way. If there were ever a spot for Nix and Sutton to have that type of game, it's today. And I'll take some shots on that. Plus, I don't need to do anything to get over the field here either. He's coming in at like 5% or something.
Oh yeah, that it's I'm with you. We're both Cortland Sutton truthers. Good matchup, and that's something that I think you can attack early season NFL. Not everyone plays the same early schedule, and I think some narratives form based on who you've played. And so for me, that's the type of thing. I still don't think you want to go crazy in this game. Not that you're advocating that. So you've got, for me on Denver, you've got Sutton and you've got Williams in that backfield, and that's about it.
David, his props are the 4 receptions, 40. Yeah, I bet 46.5 receiving yards, and I laddered Sutton earlier in the week. So, yeah. Yep. Look, it's the Denver Broncos. This isn't pretty, but I just think, sometimes, look, hindsight's always 20/20 with this type of stuff, but I'm not sure it would matter to me here because we did the same thing with Pickens last week, did we not? Like a buy low spot because Pickens hasn't been great and he's had some tough spots. And then
Exactly.
the Fields, I'm not saying, Bo Nix and Fields are the same, but there's buy low spots out there.
Of course. Again, these are big time wide receivers. They're not going to have super consistent game logs, but Sutton's going to have some big games, and I think this could be one of them.
Like, Christian Kirk's going to end up doing this sooner than later, and everyone goes, oh man, I should have
I
played more
hope
of a low-owned Kirk.
today.
Yeah. There's a lot of them out there. You said it. It's early in the season when you only have a small sample and you don't provide context and things start looking really bad.
Yep.
But Javonte Williams too. It's another one here.
Yeah. We had a super chat from Goody, who always has good etiquette. I'm only running 10 lineups in the Millie Maker. Where would you set the archetype on DK? You may differ. I'd set it honestly where it is, like basically in the middle, and then obviously adjust you want to make the prize pool reflective. So you're talking about, 3.25 million with $1 million up top. So it is a little top heavy. And I'd run it like that.
How owned is Javonte right now?
15%.
I mentioned him on Tuesday. Remember, that was my value guy, and I thought he'd be lower owned than he is.
Same, but I still kind of like him.
I like him. Plus, their backfield's thinning out by the week.
It's just a good spot at home. People are going to pair him with that defense, and I get why.
Just go Megamind Genius and go Javonte Sutton with no Knicks. I'm not doing that, by the way. I think that's even a little.
If the total
crazy.
was higher, I would do that, but the touchdown equity is so low in this game.
That is exactly what the problem is. Yeah. If they had like a 24-point total, I'd very much consider that. Because who else do they really have?
Nobody, but they also only might have 1 or 2 touchdowns in the game.
They might have none.
That's also true. That would make it tougher.
No, I think Sutton's viable here. He's not super cheap, so I'm not going to go crazy, but I want some, and I have some Javonte Williams as well. Currently my second highest owned running back. I have a lot of him. I probably tamp that down a little if we're being honest. I might cap Javonte a little bit. I don't think I want 50% Javonte Williams, Ben.
It's a dangerous game.
It is. All right, let's get to them. 2 more to go to. And guys, by the way, if you're looking to use these tools, the link is right in the description. It's literally the first one there. You click that, it'll take you to all of the subscription packages for NFL or any sport, monthly or weekly. There you go. See it? So like if you wanted just the essentials package with the optimizers for underdog pick 6, prize picks, but also the lineup generator, you got it. And the premium Discord is included with all of them. If you're going, I want to step it up. I really want to use that single lineup sim that Greg and Josh were using, that we use all the time, that has made people a lot of money early in the season as well, where you can still hand build your lineups and then sim them against the field and see instant feedback. I mean, basically you're mixing, you're blending old school way of playing DFS with the new school, with the future. That's what we built. Or just the sims, which, typically on these slates, I'm using that every week, where you get the sims. And now we've made so many awesome adjustments. Like you can go into lineups now, Ben, I don't know if you saw this. And when you quick favorite, you can set your total number of unique players that you want. So that'll thin exposure out. You can set ownership caps. You can set exposure boost. You can see everything. And this tool is just so incredibly powerful. So from top to bottom, any sub you're looking for a week or a month, it's out there, and we've got you covered on all fronts.
Well said. Absolutely.
And yeah, if you ever have questions too, hit us up. Like if you join, jump in the Discord.
Jump in the
We're
Discord.
in there
Yeah.
all the time. And it's a great community. You know, you sweat together, you celebrate together, you commiserate together. You guys are the ones to find out about any new tools we release. A lot of times we'll have beta testing for that, and just all of that. You know, kind of white glove treatment if you're in there as well with any questions or concerns you may have. But the tools are great, man. And one other thing about NFL, like subs this year, is that the NFL, Ben, is just doing so many more offshoot type games, like the more London, more international games, more days that aren't Thursday, Sunday, or Monday, more Monday doubleheaders. So you're just getting more bang for your buck.
So many different slates. And again, for a lot of people, me included, the time is worth its weight in gold. Like I can't break down a completely new slate right after another slate, the afternoon slate, something like that. But I can just go to these tools and I'm already up to speed, and then I can play.
A beautiful thing. And hit us up. You ever have questions? We got you guys covered. Link right down there in the description. Also, if you wanted to get in on the NHL streets, and the link down there for NHL too. First week of 5 days, first 5 days of NHL is only $1. So if you're someone that wanted to try that out, maybe you already have NFL, but you wanted to get all of our tools for NHL, it's $1 for the first 5 days. Clayton, favorite two-man without a quarterback. Are you talking like favorite running back plus wide or pass catcher, Clayton? I mean, I don't know if that's what you're asking. Maybe it is, or just favorite two-man in general. That sounds like what he's asking, right?
I think so, yeah.
Might be Kyron and Whittington.
Yeah, price-wise, that works pretty nice. I actually think it might be them. We haven't talked about that game, but yeah.
It kind of works. We'll talk about that now then, I suppose. Is that our last game or is it our second to last game? Second to last game. Giants and Seahawks. All right. No Malik Neighbors. Devin Singletary's doubtful. We will have the official injury report in about 6 minutes. So let Matt and Eric take you up to lock. A lot of important information, even if you've got it on in the background as you're finalizing lineups. Do you get to a lot of Wandale today? Do you get to a lot of Tyrone Tracy? This spot grosses me out, man.
Well, it's definitely gross. There's no doubt about that. But there are some benefits in the sense that unique price point, particularly on Tyrone Tracy, who I think for a lot of us, we don't really know a lot about this guy, what he's going to do, what his workload will look like. But he is 4,300. So that does change the dynamic a little bit. Wandale's going to be busy. I mean, 14 targets last week. I can only imagine what they do here. And they're probably going to be trailing. And honestly, what else can they do? Like, there's not that many other options that they have. So, yeah, I'll put these guys in play. It doesn't feel good and not running to the window to get to them, but a little Giants exposure, just given the situation, I think is fine.
What else can they do is a fine question, but the answer might just be nothing. That they do
There is
nothing.
the chance that, so that's a really good point. It's not like basketball where even if you're the worst basketball team in the world, like you don't just like get shut out. Like you still
right,
score.
like 88 points. There's probably one guy that is like that might be viable.
You lose 115 to 90 and somebody had to get those 90 points. Like
and the rebounds,
NFL, you might just score 3 points.
Their total 17.75, which is bad, but not, not a complete stay away. But bad, Ben. It's pretty bad.
Oh, it's definitely concerning to say the least. I mean, but again, these price points give you a lot of room. Like you're not asking like, okay, I need all these crazy things to happen. The Giants scored 2 touchdowns today. You probably sign for that and live with the results.
I think Greg made a great point earlier to me in the Sim Strategy show, and today I heard him mention it on the Lineup Builder show. Darius Slayton, I think, is actually one of those guys that is going entirely overlooked and getting virtually no ownership. Everyone's going to go to Wandale, and everyone's going to go to Tyrone Tracy. What about the fact that, Malik Neighbors is he only lines up in the slot 20% of the time, outside 80%. Robinson's already a slot guy. Mm-hmm. So Slayton might just end up getting a lot more opportunities today.
again, I definitely could see that. You're probably leaning into a little more boom bust, but
You
that
are.
could be a way.
Yeah, Slayton way more boom bust than Robinson, but Robinson could also be like 8 for 40 and you go, oh, okay, that's not great.
Absolutely. No argument there whatsoever.
How do you want to approach Seattle? Because Kenneth Walker's coming off an absolute monster of a game.
He is, but again, I watched that game intently because it's nice to see how you lose a lot of money. And so I
got crushed on that slate.
So did I, because of Kenneth Walker, and he was great, but Metcalf fell on the 1-inch line. Kenneth Walker had 16 total touches. He had 12 attempts and 4 catches, and he scored 3 touchdowns. He ran extremely hot for what the volume was. Now, he's a really good player, but I think you can still go right back to anything Seattle. Geno threw the ball 56 times.
I know.
56 times in that game.
He was
now,
pretty good.
They're not going to throw the ball 56 times against the Giants, barring something extra absurd. But JSN and Metcalf, even Lockett to a lesser extent, fire them up. Metcalf would be my favorite, and I think that is probably the consensus for most people.
I have less Walker than I would have anticipated.
I'm okay with that.
Interesting.
I'm not, again, I don't think he's like a bad play by any stretch, but I probably plan to come in around the field.
Okay, so that's still a decent amount.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm just saying he's not someone where I'm like, I'm planting the flag on Kenneth Walker because 3 touchdowns, for the price of admission, he could have had 16 touches and 1 touchdown and he'd be half his own probably.
Yeah, and I'm certainly not banking on him for 3 touchdowns here. Plus, Charbonnet played a lot in that game. But so much of that, too, is the fact that they were trailing, and he's a good pass-catching back. But I'm with you. I like Walker here. I wouldn't mind getting with – what's he at, like 14% or so?
Yeah, he's in the mid 15%.
Okay, so I'm fine with that. I would have no issues there. Right now, I'm underweight, but I'm going to make some adjustments, change my uniques around in the Sims, and I think that'll spread me out a little bit further than I am right now as far as exposure goes. All right, what about on the other side? Anything else for the Giants before we close this one out and finish it up with Green Bay and Rams?
No, I really think that for the Giants, you kind of know what you're getting into, at least for me. Like I'm not stacking them up. There's one-off at various price points, and that's about it.
All right, let's do it. And guys, with the 3,000 of you with us right now, if you're not rocking the Stochastic avatar, do yourself a favor and set yourself up for some real success. Stochastic.com/HOF. Check this out. You go there, download the avatar. One of those beautiful 6. Upload it wherever it is you play. Doesn't matter. Finish top 3. This is how easy it is. Finish top 3 in a field of 5,000 or more, and just tweet your wins to us at Stochastic HOF on Twitter with a screenshot of the win with the avatar. After that, Ben, you know what they get? $200 value for their first win in a calendar year. Sims Max for any sport they want. How about a second win? Let's say it's even a week after, and it's in a $10 or it's in a 50-cent contest. Doesn't matter. You get another month, $200 value, plus a free week of any other sport. Basketball's coming up. You might have a free week of basketball, everything for basketball, every tool, including the Sims, and a free month for football, just for rocking the avatar. Third time win, gold status, $550 value, Sims Max, every sport, every tool on the site. And then toss them up there, Jordan. $20,000 win or more, any field, doesn't matter field size. Get one of those beautiful custom engraved Stochastic rings. Oh, man. What better way to commemorate your win than see one of those sitting on your desk? What a feeling. Anyway, Stochastic.com/HOF. Let's close it out with Green Bay and the Rams. Green Bay's just a good team today. They'll be chalky. Watson's not going to play. He's doubtful, but he's not going to play. Romeo Doubs is suspended. I think there's more to that story than we're being told, but he's out. So that means Tucker Kraft, Jaden Reed, Dontavian Wicks, Josh Jacobs, who hasn't scored yet this year, but has 5 end zone carries.
It's a good game. Good game to close us out. Lot of potential plays on both sides of it. You mentioned, yeah, we don't have time to get into the Dobbs situation, whatever his name is. Reed and Wicks. Dobbs. Dubes. I like Dubes better. Dobbs.
Dobbs.
Kraft, Reed, Wicks, Jacobs, Love, any combination. Sign me up for Packers. Packers made you a lot of money last week. particularly Jaden Reed. Sims really liked him late in the day. He's going to be a lot more popular this week, but I really think you can go to any of these guys, and Jacobs is interesting. There's workload potential there. Obviously, I don't worry about anything behind him, and maybe they consolidate around him. So really comfortable with any of the Packers here. And I'm just going to take both sides of the game if I can, because I don't have a lot to say on the Rams side, except Whittington and Kyron are really solid plays. So this is a game I'm going to be overweight to. I like this game quite a bit.
I worry a little bit about Emmanuel Wilson, a little more than you do, but not enough to where I don't want to play Josh Jacobs, because he's actually been good. I went and looked at all of his metrics. Like, he's still top 10, top 15 in the league and everything. So he's not, upper echelon, but he hasn't been bad at all. Right. And this could be a favorable or neutral game script. He's still the one getting all of the goal line carries and the red zone carries. Wilson's getting none of those. I'm with you, man. I think you could see the positive regression strike here for Jacobs getting into the end zone. I like him. Love Reed. Love Tucker Kraft. And I have to ask you about this. I know we're up against it, and then we'll get out of here. The only question about Kraft is, do you worry that he's so popular on this slate?
Definitely, because tight end's a high variance position because a large percentage of the points come from touchdowns, and touchdowns are somewhat random. But on a weak position, there is a reason he's so popular. It's because he objectively is underpriced, and he gets rid of what's a really tough position to fill. So yes, I'm worried about it, but I'm also going to have some.
All right. And yes, I love Jordan Love here. Reed, just to be very clear, you mentioned it well, but the whole side of this, the whole game, because I like Kyron, and on the other side, I like Whittington too. Yeah. Whittington, it looks like they're going to keep running, like after what we saw last week, these 3 receiver sets and just close to 100% of snaps for these guys. Whittington looks great.
He really does. And they like you said, more importantly, they just seem content with that plan, and that's very pertinent. If that's what they want to do, there's going to be volume for him.
Great game to finish this one out as. I love this game. Guys, you're the best. Appreciate you. Thank you for getting us to 100K. Means the world to us. Follow Ben at JazzRazBets on Twitter, not DFS anymore. Me at Lafayette_D. Matt Gajeski, Eric Lindquist up next. Good luck, guys. Ben and I'll see you back here on Tuesday for the first look of week 6. Peace.
Good morning. Welcome to NFL Live Before Lock, presented by Stochastic and Tails by Odd Chopper. I'm Eric Lindquist. You can follow me at Eric Lindquist over on X and Twitter. It is week 5. We've got a lot going on, including my Minnesota Vikings currently playing the New York Jets. Can't believe how good we are right now. But Aaron Jones, our boy, hurt in that football game. Hopefully you have Ty Chandler stashed in your year-longs. But yeah, DraftKings, maybe you'll not have an issue like we had with Tyrone Tracy here this week on both sides, I suppose, with that late running back news if seeing an issue with that hip. But my guy, Matt Gajeski. He is Matt_Gajeski over on X. How you doing, my dude?
Doing pretty good, man. Pretty good. Excited for the slate today. A little smaller with London in the buys. But yeah, man, how are you?
Doing okay. Obviously, I'm on high alert as a Vikings fan, where I don't really believe everything that's happening in front of me. And just going punt here to start the second half. But offensively, things were just clicking early. Aaron Jones, our boy, being hurt is not helpful in any way, shape, or form because, well, he does things that Ty Chandler necessarily can't. Ty Chandler a little bit north-south. Aaron Jones shifty AF, and that's why we love him so much and such a good pass catcher. But yeah, hopefully he's all right. But we're going to be looking forward here to this 10-game slate. Smash the like button, and hey, we hit 100K subs today on the Stokastic YouTube channel. That's pretty cool. I remember when we hit 50K, I was on a show with Josh Engelman in the NBA streets. That was almost 4 years ago. It feels awesome to have this company grow and evolve the way that it has, and to see subs come along with it. So if you guys could just smash the like button, just it's a celebratory day. I'm feeling a little nostalgic. How you feeling about that, Magajeski? Because you've been around a little bit longer than I have even.
Yeah, I don't remember when I started here. It's been years ago, though, at this point. But yeah, man, feels good. We appreciate everyone who stopped by, the people that are with us right now, and anyone that supported. So thank you a lot. We couldn't do this without you.
Yeah, couldn't do it without you, but this is why we are here for you. We are going to service you, and that sounded weird. I'm going to take that back. Jordan Klein behind the virtual glass, new shiny thing. Say hi to him, everybody. It's great to be here on another Sunday. Let's get to it. Actives and actives. Couple of things to just kind of highlight and note, because once again, pretty benign as far as like injury news. Feels like we've been getting a lot of this stuff earlier. Like we knew Evan Ingram was going to be inactive. I thought that might be one we were waiting for. I think that matters in terms of FanDuel. Brendan Strange, somebody that I think on FanDuel 5,100, just pairing with him with that game. I think Joe Flacco a little bit more interesting there with Downs and Pittman's prices. Anthony Richardson inactive. We saw that one coming. Obviously, Skylar Thompson inactive. We knew that Tyler Huntley was going to be in, but David Njoku, he will be active for this one. I think that's kind of the main thing that I'm seeing from this early wave of actives and inactives. Anything that you noticed, Matt Gajeski?
The Bills are really hurt on defense, which is noteworthy if you were looking at that game. But as far as offense goes, there's nothing that was unexpected.
Yeah, as far as offense goes, nothing unexpected. Cam Akers going to be potentially a quote-unquote lead back here, even though we're seeing some mixing in. I mean, Dario Gumbawale has been coming in. Dari has for the last however many weeks in passing situations. But now we're already seeing Cam Akers get some of the workload restrictions. So it's weird. It's weird to me because Cam Akers not really a thing this week, whereas 2 weeks ago, we couldn't wait to run to the window to play him. And then we remembered it's Cam Akers. So let's party here.
We got more information. He played a lot less than we anticipated.
Well, that too. Yeah, accumulating
so,
more
information. We thought he was going to handle like a pretty good workload, and then he didn't. So why would we be running to the window again?
Exactly. But I mean, JJ Taylor, when you can give the ball to JJ Taylor, what are you going to do?
Lose.
What he said. You ready to dig into quarterback, my friend?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's party, shall we? Once again, hit the like button. It is such a beautiful day here in the neighborhood. A beautiful day for DFS and 100K wins, hopefully, or I don't know, a milli. Let's do it. I'm looking at the top end of quarterback, and this is one that I think is really appealing on both DraftKings and FanDuel. FanDuel, obviously, the rushing equity with Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, sweetness personified. But at the quarterback position here for us right now, Josh Allen, not really pulling any ownership, 3.24% ownership. Lamar Jackson, he's nearly 10%. This feels a little unexpected to see him getting steamed up there, but it is a Cincinnati secondary that has just been getting obliterated early and often, has been leading to shootout after shootout. I'm a little bit worried that the air gets taken out of the ball there, or the air gets taken out of the ball. Yeah, no, I said it the right way there first. Don't second guess yourself, Eric, but I'm a little bit worried that it ends up being a Derrick Henry spot, and maybe Lamar Jackson doesn't have to go completely nuclear here. I'm seeing a lot of whispers that we need to be playing some Zay Flowers stacks. I don't know how else you're supposed to play Lamar Jackson based on what we've seen at the tight end position. Note, it hasn't been pretty there on that side of things. But one other expensive quarterback to be looking at, CJ Stroud on DraftKings, 7,200. We only have 3 up here in the 7K range to start things off. Who's your favorite for tournaments, Matt?
It's by far Stroud for a lot of reasons. One, the stacking is much easier. You have 3 or 4 very clear pass catchers, depending on if you want to include the tight end Dalton Schultz. Buffalo's got a ton of defensive injuries. Now, this is not really a new thing for them. They've been injured all season long, starting with Matt Milano in the preseason, and they have one of the best defensive schemes in the NFL. So perhaps that doesn't matter. The other main issue is they're just not willing to throw the ball at a high rate over expectation, which people wanted to assume that coming in. Slowick didn't do it last year. He's not doing it this year. And the Joe Mixon injury theoretically exacerbates their problems running. It doesn't seem to bother him. He'll slam Cam Akers, Dario Gumbawale, and anyone into the back of that O-line as often as he possibly can. Those are the concerns, I suppose, but Stroud, when he's given the opportunities, has still been very talented. Elite pass catching options everywhere. Love stacking him with Nico. He won't be as owned as last week, of course, with Tank Dell back in the fold, but I think it just has to be him kind of by default. Lamar would be second for me with the matchup you already noted. There's just a lot of ways that this potentially goes wrong for Lamar, and it's no fault of his own. It's really just talented players around him facing a bad defense. So no one would be surprised if Derrick Henry got there. Allen's my least favorite, kind of by far. The offense has been pretty neutered since they moved to Joe Brady. He's an alien, so he can rush in scores and make the big plays, but you're just getting far less opportunities for them compared to when Ken Dorsey was the OC. So I don't like Allen quite as much in that game. He's also the most expensive. And while we do have value options, salary still does mean something today.
Sure does, but so does getting a low-owned Josh Allen. I don't know. I feel more confident than I probably should about Curtis Samuel's workload out of the slot. 1-for-1 swap maybe of Khalil Shakir. I mean, Shakira, he's going to be out for this one. And Samuel, he got paid in order to come to Buffalo, and it was a little strange to see his workload be as diminished as what it is. But you get Mac Hollins on the outside. You get Keon Coleman the other side of things with the Stingley matchup. I think Curtis Samuel is a pretty awesome pairing. I like Dalton Kincaid a lot there at the tight end position, kind of paying up to be contrarian. We're going to see a lot of the chalk kind of gravitate towards that 3K range over on DK, around that 5K range on FanDuel. And I think as a result, I love Josh Allen doubles with Samuel Kincaid. I love the opportunity of getting Coleman in a couple of those in the event that he has like a show out game here. Hasn't been perfect throughout his rookie season. Obviously, he needs to be on time to meetings in order to play in first halves. If you're looking at snap counts and you see that week 3, well, it looks a little bit different than the other 3 weeks because, well, it is. But I'm very much here for Josh Allen. He's actually my number 1 amongst the 3. Lamar Jackson 2, CJ Stroud 3. CJ Stroud, it's just so tough when you get Tank Dell back into the mix. Like, CJ Stroud, I think, has a massive ceiling, but like, I think Diggs has the best of the matchups for the 3 of them. I mean, this isn't as good. Nico Collins, obviously, I was a little underweight to tournaments last week, and that was a massive mistake on my part. Happy to take the L in that regard because he absolutely smashed in man coverage. That will be noted going forward. Just play Nico Collins in some of those spots. But I am probably as confused as ever on what I'm supposed to do. I'm kind of just doing price-adjusted stuff across multiple sites, DK and FanDuel, where you have a 6K Tank Dell, sub, 5,500, a couple of those spots. Stephon Diggs is kind of like in no man's land, I think, on both sites, so I'm just kind of boosting him to get him. And then Nico Collins, I think he's going to warrant a lot of ownership, but I think we're going to be seeing him steamed up in a lot of those CJ Stroud stacks, so trying to do some different things with him. But do you have a feel for how you want to utilize CJ Stroud, considering he's your favorite of the 3?
Largely stacking with Nico, but I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not playing very much of any of these guys. Right now, I currently have 0 Lamar, 0 Allen, and just a sprinkling of Stroud.
Well, then let's get down into the cash game quarterbacks, and what I think end up being the resounding chalk here, I suppose. Geno Smith is sub 6K, so we'll leave him out of the conversation for now, but I think Jordan Love is going to pull a lot of ownership yet again here. I mean, everybody wants to play Reed and Wicks and Jacobs, and I'm having a tough time figuring out what I want to do as far as like, I did go into the Sims and filter out all lineups that had 3 Packers without Jordan Love, because I think that's going a little bit extreme. But Bo Melton's 3,300 and could be on the field an absolute metric ton. Dontavian Wicks, one of the biggest pickups in year long. He's 5,100 over on DK, and we see every time one of those guys ends up out of the core 3. And well, now you got 2 of them out, and Wicks should have a lot of time to be out there. It feels as though for me that the 6K range is going to really be predicated on what happens here with Brock Purdy, because I'm going to be overweight to Brock Purdy. His ownership continues to come down, down, down. And I feel like he's going to be people's cash game quarterbacks, but maybe not anymore. I guess I'll ask you about the two chalky ones. Jordan Love, Brock Purdy. Pick one.
Jordan Love for tournaments.
Okay.
Because people are using his one-offs, and sometimes these are 2-offs and 3-offs, and cash is probably going to be a 3-off because Kraft is like your lock and load tight end play of the week. But tacking on Love, I think, would shave off a little bit of ownership. And I don't really care about quarterback ownership that much just because it's so flat. We have Love projected as the highest at 13.5%. Like, who cares what the ownership is at quarterback? I do care about the stack ownership, though. With Love, there's ways you can still creatively play it. Bo Melton is one of the ways you mentioned. So I don't think you're running into like egregious quarterback wide receiver stacking ownership, as long as you're not just playing the stone chalk, which is probably going to be Kraft and Wicks together. If you do that, I'd be very careful. But our Sims still like it. So I think you could play Love in a lot of different ways. These are my top 2 most owned quarterbacks. So I'm going to be jamming these guys. And largely it's a price thing. When you look at the difference between like Stroud and Love, or name your expensive quarterback, there's like barely a difference of a point in some of these guys. So if they're not going to draw a lot of ownership, and these aren't even the only 2 options, I don't see why you are paying up. I don't think you're really benefiting from it from an ownership perspective.
Yeah, I mean, Arizona and LA, they both carry 49 totals currently in the marketplace. We'll talk about the marketplace here with Tails by Odd Chopper, because again, Odd Chopper, that's where you want to be finding these. Go to the live odds page and just toy around, because my goodness, it can be so helpful when we're talking DFS. But I look at 49 totals from both of those games and cheaper quarterbacks and a number of stacking partners, dance partners that we want to be putting them together with. I guess for me, I look at Baltimore and Cincy. I see the 48.5 total. I see Buffalo, Houston, 47.5 total. I think for me, it just comes down to like Buffalo. I feel like when I get the Josh Allen stacks right, I kind of feel comfortable knowing who it's going to be. I think Curtis Samuel, Dalton Kincaid. It just makes it easier for me to kind of pare that down. Now, obviously, whoever goes for 30 is who you want to have as the quarterback anyway. But I feel like Lamar Jackson, like, what are we doing outside of Zay Flowers with his stacks? I think that makes it difficult at his current ownership for me to go crazy with it. And looking at the sim stuff, I think on FanDuel, it's a little bit more palatable for me to be taking those type of shots. But DK at this ownership, I'm going to be lower on it. And then this mid-range of quarterback, I think Jordan Love is a great play, period. Like, there's no doubt about it. But Debo, just depends on how you feel about Debo and Brandon Ayuk here, because George Kittle is going to be active for today. I didn't necessarily see that one coming, but I thought I was going to just be jamming those two, and it doesn't appear like I am, but I am bringing almost all of those shares along for the ride right now with Brock Purdy. And it just feels like a spot against Arizona. We're going to see shootout after shootout the entire season with Arizona. And LA, they found ways to be somewhat effective here. And Green Bay down Romeo Doubs, down Christian Watson. There's still some unfamiliarity bringing Bo Melton onto the field for wide receiver 3 sets. And, obviously he feels comfortable with Dontavian Wicks based on what we saw against the Vikings last week. But I'm just feeling a little bit more uncomfortable, because if that ownership ends up 15, 16%, I'd kind of be kicking myself no matter what, right, Matt? Because everybody's going to be doing that.
Again, I mean, ownership is the big key here where you think it comes in. So I don't know. How many people do you think really are doing that?
I feel like more than you would think, purely because like people will look at their lineups and they're not going to play 3 Green Bay players. Or I mean, for me, I'm filtering those ones out, making sure that I'm not getting to like Melton, Wicks, Jacobs or something like that. And we'll get to Josh Jacobs at the running back position, because that's going to be a big stand for me trying to get against some of this wide receiver chalk. But I am very much here for Jordan Love being somebody that you want to get exposure to. But like, how much? Again, I see how many people are playing Reed. We haven't even talked about Jaden Reed. He's the best play out of all of them. Dontavian Wicks, and then Bo Melton. Tucker Kraft at the tight end position. I don't know. It feels like we're going to get to the flip and really be kicking ourselves. And this might be a late swap thing for me too, where, we always talk about late swap. We've preached late swap for years and years and years together. I think we're going to continue that trend here today, where no matter what, I'm going to be sitting at my computer, rehashing lineups, doing things over and over based on information I get from the first couple games. And the first couple of games have barely anything that's jumping to the top for me other than Indianapolis pass catchers. And I'm just going to be playing tons and tons and tons of Pittman and Downs on both sites. And based on that information, I'll probably get to more Jordan Love or less Jordan Love than I currently have. I have 9%. I'm under the field on him right now, so I'm not completely writing him off. But Brock Purdy sitting in 17% of my lineups. Oh boy, good luck me.
Yeah, I just don't really know what you're scared of with the Packers. Like, I just double checked the wide receiver. Yeah, I mean, like, Reed's at 32. He's the one you need to worry about. Wicks is at 17. He's the 5th most owned receiver. He's less owned than Jordan Whittington. And then Bo Melton's at 3%. I mean, like, I'm not scared of Packers stacks at all. Honestly, I thought this would be a lot worse today.
Okay. So you're
the
saying
Sims
that
like
now.
it too. So I mean, like, I'm not. And it's one thing when I have these hot takes and then the Sims like, don't do this. I've learned my lesson since the Sims came out to not try to dumb brain this and think I'm smarter. But it's like every single thing is telling us this is a good play as long as you navigate you said this, navigate the 3 Packers pass catchers with no Jordan Love, and you just navigate the Jaden Reed Love stuff. As long as you do that, I don't see a problem. And if you do that, all that means is you probably don't play, I don't know, Tyrone Tracy or some of the other chalk.
That's true. I think that there's multiple ways to skin a cat, which is a terrible analogy. I've never understood it. Why do we want to skin cats? That seems really mean. But I am just looking at my lineups here right now, and let's talk about the upper 6 guy, because Jaden Daniels, his ownership has creeped up because the dude is playing ridiculous football. He has rushing floor. He has a massive ceiling. He has an opportunity to go up against Cleveland, which I don't think defensively is as good as they've been in years past. They still bolster some really nice pieces, but they also have a dum-dum playing quarterback for them who ends up putting them in some precarious situations. So I think that there's still an opportunity to take advantage of certain pieces there. Emerson Jr., 96th out of 97 corners in PFF grading so far, his coverage grade specifically, and that, friends, is not good. Somebody that Terry McLaurin should be able to play around with a little bit here, play with his food. But how are you feeling about Jaden Daniels? Because this is a guy that in terms of my sim ROIs, he's like at the top of all of my lineups. Maybe it's just a little bit of nerves that he ends up being popular in like all of these slates going forward until he maybe has a dud. But maybe Jaden Daniels is just matchup proof, and maybe we just play tons of Jaden Daniels every single week. But the Sims love him again this week. How do you feel about him relative to the guys that are just a little bit cheaper than him?
I had some of the same reservations as you did, just matchup wise. He's been in a couple cupcakes recently, and when you play teams like that, he's a wizard for DFS. I don't think it really matters, but this offensive line is still really bad. He is going to be scrambling for his life with the combination of Zadarius Smith and Myles Garrett. You would assume he's been in some situations like this already and excelled, so I'm not writing him off. And even if they do get a lot of pressure on Jaden Daniels, his legs are an absolute cheat code. So you're dealing with one of the safest floors in the NFL. To me, it's a matter of, can he hit the ceiling if he's dealing with less time to throw? And again, it's not hard to put your better corner on Terry McLaurin. They're not moving him around the formation, so I wouldn't be really that worried about him. Like, I mean, like if you're a Browns defensive backer or something, I wouldn't be worried about Emerson lining up on him. He doesn't have to if the Browns don't want to, because McLaurin never moves. But yeah, I think we haven't seen as much ceiling from the Browns defense as we have in years past. These players are mostly veterans at this point. I'm not really going to sell high on the Browns defense. I think it's a good matchup for them with the bad Washington offensive line, but I'm kind of just middling this and not getting away from ownership one way or the other, with Daniels just having a slate breaking ability.
Yeah, it's going to be a guy that I feel like you want to have some exposure to every single week, no matter what the matchup is. Cleveland, you look at it on paper, you don't think, oh, I need to be firing up Jaden Daniels, but he's the guy we have highest projected. Like, we have him nearly 2 fantasy points higher than any other player in the entire range. I mean, we have him, I believe in terms of projection, second behind Lamar Jackson. He's $700 cheaper. He's, projected better for us, more than a fantasy point and a half better than Josh Allen for $900 cheaper. I mean, this is the kind of dude that we're dealing with right now with Jaden Daniels. He's no rookie. He knows exactly He knows exactly how to get it done on the ground, and now you start airing it out a little bit. Cliff Kingsbury circa Texas Tech days. This should be more fun. A little air raid offense. Yeah.
I don't know. He hasn't run that offense at all in the NFL.
I know it's weird. And also Terry McLaurin, for what it's worth, only 36 slot snaps. I'm curious to see what happens with him with no Noah Brown on the field. Noah Brown out wide. Yeah, no Noah Brown on the field. Diami Brown out wide. I'm very curious to see if McCaffrey ends up picking up a lot of the slot snaps, or if they can find some ways to get him there and kind of mix him around and actually move him around the field. That would be fun to see, Cliff. That would be fun to see. But anything else from the 6K range that you really want to discuss? There's tournament plays on pretty much every corner today, but I will not be making any kind of a massive stand on Joe Burrow, even though I think Baltimore, it's not a defensive hold for them either. The doubles there, I think, end up pretty popular still amongst Joe Burrow stacks. I mean, how do you not like Chase and Higgins in some of these spots just week in, week out?
Well, it doesn't seem like people like him because Chase is at 11% and then T is even less.
Yeah.
T is close to like 6%. So, I mean, you could play these doubles easily. The only thing you're worried about is running into a lot of your salary is just gone if you do that. Yeah. I mean, the matchup you shouldn't fear since they got T back. Burrows look better. Their defense is horrifying. So it has shootout written on it. The total's high. He's the only other quarterback I'm getting in the 6K range, but it is pretty far below Love, Purdy, and Jaden Daniels.
All right. Well, I am very much here for Joe Burrow, but I don't know who to run him back with. Like, who do we run him like Burrow stacks back with today?
You don't have to run him back with anyone. Like, I hate these hard and fast rules that people have just adopted.
Oh, I'm not. No, the Sims have taught us not to. I'm just curious.
Yeah.
If you're going to, because again, we have options within the Sims.
It's very clear. You either use Derrick Henry or Zay Flowers.
Oh, okay. It's very clear.
Like, who else would you even consider?
Not Mark Andrews.
Not Isaiah Likely. Not Rashad Bateman.
Rashad Bateman is
I think this is extremely easy. Who you would run him back with if you want to. You don't have any choices. Yeah, it's not like you got Green Bay on the other side and there's 18 guys you can use.
Yeah, I'm filtering it out here. I'm probably going to end up with some Derrick Henry stuff. In fact, speaking of filtering, we have some super chats here. Sharon, $1.99. Can you run the Sims for FanDuel and show some lineups? Jordan Klein, FanDuel needs love too. No discrimination here, Squirrel. We need that. We need that now. That would be lovely. Brandon Wagner, $10 super chat. That's 5 times more. Oh my God. You're going to get a lot of love. You're appreciated, by the way. Same super chat from last show. Unsure about my lineup in DK, single entry and 3 max. He's got a full game onslaught with Flacco and Downs and Pittman with Kirk and Thomas bring back. Too much on a slate like this. I don't love Kirk today. I think I'm going to love Brian Thomas every week from now until the end of time.
I think I agree with you. I love Brian Thomas. He's a wagon.
He's an absolute wagon. And also, I mean, this is like a boundary receiver that this is like the perfect guy for Trevor Lawrence based on like what we've seen from him in the NFL and in Clemson. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just trying to think too much ball, but like Kirk, I don't think is in the best spot here. There was a stat. I want to attribute it to it. I hate when I see like a tweet and I need to just start like writing these down. But somebody was talking about the cover 3 exposure. How many times Indy runs like the 4th most cover 3 in the NFL, like around 45% of the time. I want to attribute this to, I did not come up with this stat, just throwing it out there, but Christian Kirk, in terms of yards, yards per route run, YPRR, it was like right around 1 per Christian Kirk. It's nearly 4 Brian Thomas against cover 3 so far. So again, I want to attribute that to somebody. I want to get better at that, making sure that I'm not just saying that I know this because I don't know that. I knew it from Twitter, and Twitter is never wrong. So I appreciate you guys, everybody in fantasy football community for trying to make me sharper. But as I look across the industry, I don't see a ton of ownership coming in on the Kirk Thomas side of things. So I think you're probably pretty safe there, Brandon. I would urge you maybe to try to remove Kirk from it. But I suppose if the game goes completely nuclear and I'm kind of cheering for it on FanDuel, especially where Downs and Pittman are just underpriced, that is where I'm getting most of my exposure to that. I'm very much cheering for them to have massive games. So on DK, I don't completely mind it as well. How do you feel about Jacksonville Indy today, Matt?
I think that game is kind of sneaky, honestly, after it was talked about a lot early in the week because we had the Anthony Richardson news and then he was unlikely to play kind of from the start. So people were immediately talking about Flacco and stuff to save salary. And then they kind of got away from it when we got Tyrone Tracy. You didn't really need to do that anymore. And then Dobbs kind of quit the team for a couple days, got suspended. So that opened more value. So now you don't really need to use Flacco. And I think there's a chance he goes a little under-owned, and this game just in general is a little under-owned because we've just had alternatives open up. No one's using this anymore.
Let's get to the 5K range where I am very curious. And this is maybe just, watching the Detroit game. And I'm a little surprised at Geno Smith chalk this week. If you had told me Geno Smith 2 weeks ago was going to be 10, 11% against the New York Giants at home in a game that they should really have no problems with, that they're probably going to end up running the football a lot, and Geno Smith was still going to be in like 10, 11% of the field's lineups, I would have been very, very surprised. Now, all of that being said, there's a guy right underneath him at 2% that I thought everybody wanted to run to the window this week to try to make a thing, considering we're starting to see signs. We got Keenan Allen back for him. I like Caleb Williams for tournaments, and I'm just a little bit surprised that the field is playing as much Geno Smith as they are. They're sandwiched right next to each other. You have Carolina, which leads to shootout after shootout after shootout because, Matt, I don't know if you knew this, they are not a wagon.
They're not a wagon, but Chicago is on defense and could very easily stifle Carolina and lead to a score that's unexpectedly low, which has kind of been Chicago's MO the entire year. Their offensive coordinator has not put them in position to succeed. Caleb's really talented. All his receivers are super talented, so I'm never going to write them off. I've been playing more Bears than the field every single week to the expense of my bank account. So we'll see if this changes at some point. I don't plan on doing anything crazy with the Bears right now. But as you know, I have been doing this all season long. So it's going to be a sprinkling for me, no more, no less.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a sprinkling for me on Caleb, but 3x sprinkling, 6% of him. Geno Smith, how much of him do you have?
Going through a rerun right now, so TBD.
Okay. Yeah, I love the honesty for that. You could have just made up a number, and you're not going to do that to the people because you're a beautiful person inside and out. I will give you my exact number. I have 6% Geno Smith. So again, I'm trimming some of him. I'm trimming some of Jordan Love. I'm not completely eradicating them, but kind of making calculated stands on some spots. Like, I don't know, Joe Flacco at 3%, 5,500. Absolute love seeing Joe Flacco at this kind of a number up against Jacksonville based on what we've seen from their secondary. Michael Pittman and Josh Downs. I feel like the Undertaker gif. Oh, feeling pretty good about that. How about Matt Stafford for tournaments? Everybody wants to play Jordan Whittington. Everybody wants to play Colby Parkinson. Nobody wants to play Matthew Stafford. Okay, I will do that too. And then Daniel Jones. Who? Daniel Jones. Who? Yeah, it's back then Hoes did not want him. Now he's hot. Hoes still do not want Daniel Jones unless we're talking about, I can't remember, Up and Adams. Yeah, she's okay. But Daniel Jones, 5,200. How do we feel about him potentially for tournaments? Lots of great tournament options, I think, in the 5K range today.
Yeah, there are. I'm not sure if Daniel Jones is one of them down his best option, but I think you could go to someone like this is really gross, but you could go to somebody like Deshaun Watson, which is a decent game environment for him. I don't know. I don't love that. But there are some options down here that are worth considering. If there was ever a chance for him to get right, this is the one. Washington's defense is awful. I know he's kind of low 5Ks, but he's interesting to me. I think I'm a little higher on Geno than you. The matchup for him is super easy. The offense is extremely friendly now that Ryan Grubb has taken over for Shane Waldron, just pass catchers everywhere. He's playing at an elite level himself. They've had some injuries on the offensive line, and he's been able to overcome them himself. I still like Lawrence. We already talked about that game a little bit. I do have a sprinkling of Daniel Jones. I'm debating Xing this out. I don't know what I'm going to end up doing with it. How much do you have of him?
8%. Look, there is a $4,300 running back who was a wide receiver once upon a time. He has Wan'Dale Robinson, who I'm just going to throw it out there. The guy is going to get peppered. I mean, he's going to get absolutely peppered. 14 targets against Dallas. 14 targets with Malik Neighbors out there. I mean, I know Malik Neighbors got dinged up at one point, but I mean, that is still just a ridiculous workload. I think Darius Slayton, sub 4K, don't completely hate that. I even have a couple shares of Theo Johnson at 2,600, 100 away from the floor, just as like a pairing. I think the run back's pretty simple there too. Kenneth Walker, DK Metcalf, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. I have no problem trying to get to some Daniel Jones in a game that everybody is completely writing off on one side of the football besides Tyrone Tracy. And again, I'm not going to write him off at 4,300 along with it, but like Daniel Jones, 5,200, Tracy, 4,300. That's 9,500 there allocated to them. Obviously, you need a wide receiver to bring along with Daniel Jones there. I think Wan'Dale Robinson can be very serviceable there. Is it fun having him at 5,600? No. But 14 targets seems pretty realistic. Again, not saying it's an unlikely outcome relative to like every other outcome, but we're talking about like 9, 10 targets here, potentially getting one of those to go into the box. I feel pretty good about this as like a leverage spot. And yes, I get that nobody wants to play Daniel Jones, but that's exactly why you kind of want to do it. I'm playing him in one of my main Millie lineups. So here we go.
Oh, he's fine for the Millie. I don't really have a strong opinion on it. I'm worried, of course, that the offense just stinks without their best player.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the other thing is with that, they're so cheap. What do they really have to do? You know, like you're jamming all the studs in your lineups because you have the salary for it when you do this stack. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to exit out to answer the final question.
You might not get to it, but you're not going to exit out. So I appreciate you.
I have a sprinkling
that's what a good
of it.
teammate does.
I have a sprinkling of it. I was debating Xing it out, and now I'm not going to.
No. Hopefully Kenneth Walker gets him up 21-0 right out the get-go, and then Daniel Jones has to just chuck it around the lot. Also, we're 2 years removed from Daniel Jones going into Minnesota and just wrecking havoc with absolutely nobody out on the field alongside him. And was last year terrible? Yes. Was the beginning of this year been pretty terrible as well? Yeah, for the most part, but I'm still going to give a little bit. It's uncomfortable, but this is how you end up winning a tournament. This is how I win. Yeah, or something like that. I don't know. Anybody else at quarterback you want to talk about whatsoever?
I don't think so. I think we hit on everyone I have interest in.
Trevor Lawrence?
Yeah, we kind of touched on that game from the Flacco side, but I think that one is one of the, I don't know, like a tier 2 shootout type game. Obviously, it's not in the highest total of the tiers, but Flacco, I think, helps it. Indy plays at a really fast pace. They're top 3 in pace. And Jacksonville's defense is terrible. So you wouldn't be surprised if that does reach like shootout territory. Indy's defense also doesn't scare me that much either. Just Lawrence has been bad. You have Flacco under center. And you no longer need the salary from using those two guys, but could it get there? I think it's one of the tier 2 games that you should look at.
Yeah. You should also be looking at Tails by OddsShopper, my friends. Tails, that is the sponsor here of our program today. What is Tails? It is the marketplace where you can find a bunch of sports handicappers, or cappers as they might be called over on X. Myself, Matt Gajeski, Lofty, Ben Raza, everybody you know and love here at Stokastic. We are firing up bets day in, day out. I'm throwing in a lot of pick'em cards as well for the people, trying to make us some money here in the NFL streets. And then the MLB streets are still going hot fire yesterday, over 7.5. That was my lock from my video. That was my lock, my biggest play of the day by far on Saturday. Very fun to see that come to fruition in the top of the 3rd inning. And then to be at a wedding where everybody was just tilting the Dodgers and Padres game. It was an absolute blast. But anywho, friends, Tails by OddsShopper. Go toy around over there at oddshopper.com and see a couple of the different cappers and opportunities you have to find bets in multiple sports. The WNBA playoffs are still going. Our guy, Osimo, he is firing in absolute hot fire there in the streets for the people. You've got MLB from myself. You have MLB from a number of other different people. And of course, NBA preseason has started up here. My guy, DK DFS. If you follow him over on X, you're going to have an opportunity to make tons of money there. Brad Thomas, my friend from some of the Gold Boys shows, he has a great channel where he is firing up college football and soccer bets. We're talking about every single sport you could possibly imagine, 24/7 exposure basically to the sports betting industry with some of the sharpest people, I believe, in the industry, with a lot of those names I just dropped, as well as some others. You know, I'm okay at my time. So check it out. Tails by OddsShopper, my friends. And if you use Lindy50, Lindy50, you can get my stuff for 50% off for your first week or first month. So take advantage of that. Matt, do you have any offers going right now for the people? Because college football in full swing for you, my dude.
I don't think so. I'm focused on getting the picks out there. I haven't tried to do anything really other than get the people the information.
You're very good at that, and I respect that about you. Honestly, I would expect nothing less from Matt Gajewski. You pull the full freight, you should pay the full freight. That is okay by me. But also, I'll give you for 50% off. So Lindy 50 because I like you, and Matt is also he's busy. He's busy there in the projection side of things. But check it out, my friends. Thank you, Jordan Klein, for pulling all of that stuff up easily. Let's fire up some running backs, shall we? Because this is where we can start the damn dance. Because Derrick Henry gets Cincinnati, seems ideal. Kyren Williams gets 100% of the snaps every single freaking game. That seems ideal. And Jordan Mason, we have him projected for nearly 110 rushing yards. 110 in our DFS projected stats page. Now, that's obviously a mean projection. That is not a median projection, but still, I find it to be one of the most advantageous plays on the entire board. In fact, almost all of my exposure betting is on these afternoon games and trying to adjust to some of the information that's coming out as we get closer to it. But Jordan Mason, I love on FanDuel.com. I don't see how you don't just jam him at 8,700. Got him in over half of my lineups there. But on DK specifically, how are we handling the 7K range of running back?
Playing more Jordan Mason in the field for sure. I think he is the safest path as just monster favorites and a monster team total over Arizona, who is one of the worst defenses in the entire NFL. They've shown they're not really trying to use any other running backs. And, when Garendo gets a carry, he has a fumble almost immediately, kind of solidifying the fact that no other running back on their roster deserves to be carrying the ball. So it just sets up about as good as it possibly could for a guy like Jordan Mason today. All the other running backs, I think, have some cracks you could poke in them. Like Derrick Henry still is going to cede work to Justice Hill if this gets off the rails. Kyren, what does Green Bay really have to do to stop this offense? They're so depleted with skill position players. Kyron's getting a monster workload, but efficiency is a concern from him because of that. So I don't know. I'm still going to be playing Kyren a fair amount. Matthew Stafford is that good where sometimes it doesn't matter. He can put players in position to succeed regardless, but I think the favorite by far has to be Mason.
Yep, Mason's my favorite. The Sims are giving me the most exposure to Mason. He's the most popular running back on the slate on both sites. I think I'm getting a little bit more on FanDuel currently than I am over on DK, but I'm just fine with that. Plus, we have a $4,300 running back to be talking about here as we move down the board. I think that's going to all kind of factor in for me and make it appealing to get to guys like Derrick Henry in tournaments. I have quite a bit of him, not crazy by any means, but more than 10% Derrick Henry here at the moment. Kyren Williams, I love the workload. I think having as much Green Bay exposure as what I in the field probably do in their lineups here today. I think Kyren Williams, an easy guy to bring along for the ride in those lineups. But do you get a little bit weirded out to see a 47.5 total? James Cook's had a 3-touchdown game this season, and seeing him at like sub 10% ownership, because he's been on the field a lot here for Buffalo, and without Khalil Shakir out there, maybe some passing game involvement in the event that Curtis Samuel is not that dude. I think Curtis Samuel will be just fine for what it's worth today, but wanted to at least talk through James Cook as a potential tournament option up here.
Yeah, I think he's fine. You're just sacrificing a lot of projection, and you need him to continue running really hot on the touchdowns, which is always going to be a concern as long as Josh Allen is playing football. So that does separate him for me from the elite backs at the top, and it's primarily just Jordan Mason and Kyren. But if you want to use him as your leverage point, I don't really have a strong take on that. I think you could be using him. There's not really a lot of cracks with his role. They're a super run-heavy team. It's just kind of, are you going to gamble on it being Josh Allen or James Cook today?
Yeah, it sucks. It's not ideal by any means, but at the same time, it's a fantastic offense with a fantastic quarterback in a fantastic matchup with a high total in a dome. It feels like a spot that I think in years past, I would have been jamming in this spot. I only have 5% for what it's worth. So it's not like it's more of I wanted to talk through it because that was a guy that I could see myself going into the ROI boost. And I think everything you said is fully taken into account by our projections. He's sub 15 fantasy points, whereas we get down a little bit lower. We don't have to worry about touchdown expectation. Well, actually, we do have to worry about touchdown expectation. Just saying, running good with touchdowns. Kenneth Walker, holy mother of God, 16 touchdowns into 3 tutties last week. That seems ideal, especially in a negative game script. You get him in a positive game script. We can't expect more by any means, but 15, he's projected better than James Cook. Travis Etienne, a little weirded out by him. Not sure what to make of his ownership, considering he's at 7.4%, but our projection on him is higher than I think most places in the industry. Brian Robinson, surprising that I'm going to see him suit up today. That's kind of tilting to me from a betting perspective. I got some Austin Eckler plays in early thinking, oh, quick downgrade on Wednesday. And then Austin Eckler was fine coming off the concussion. That's a little bit of a bummer there for me for sure. But anything in the 6K range outside of Josh Jacobs, who I'm absolutely jamming as leverage today?
I'm trying to come in pretty spread to this. My favorite play in the 6K range is actually Chuba Hubbard, who you didn't mention, but he's like barely above 6K. I think you can poke holes in a lot of these guys. The Walker workload is still something that is a slight concern for me, emphasis on slight. He split the backfield pass game role with Charbonnet pretty evenly. They both had 5 targets. And Charbonnet's been nothing but efficient, so I'm not sure the goal is really to just run Kenneth Walker into the dirt, considering his injury history. And last week, they didn't have a lot of carries. It was 12-2, but like percentage-wise, there's still a decent amount of running back touches going to Charbonnet. And I mean, you couldn't run hotter than Kenneth Walker did on those touchdowns last week, like players getting down at the 1, him rolling over defenders. So yeah, he definitely ran hot. With that said, he projects well. I don't think you're really scared of the matchup by any means. So when they're up in games, which they project to be here, he should be the main beneficiary. So I don't know. There's kind of some give and take with this projection, I think. I would rather get to some of the alternatives considering the ownership. Jacobs is also tricky for me. They're using Emmanuel Wilson a ton. Like this is trending closer to maybe a 60-40 split, closer to the workload we thought Jacobs would have coming into the year. And the big concern I have with this is Matt LaFleur has about the longest history in the NFL of using a committee, no matter what. You had A.J. Dillon running just straight up in jeans throughout the time Aaron Jones was there, wouldn't use Aaron Jones in a full-time role. You could argue injury, sure, but what do you have to say to Dion Lewis being in a committee with Derrick Henry in Tennessee when LaFleur was there? Like, I just don't think he's going to use a full workload on any running back unless he absolutely has to. And that problem is kind of expounded by Emmanuel Wilson has been awesome. If you look at force, missed tackles per attempt, yards after contact per attempt, when they had A.J. Dillon in there, like you were sacrificing a ton of efficiency. You're not doing that with Emmanuel Wilson so far this year. So that's a concern for me. With Chuba, I don't think he's like going to come off the field, man. Brian Robinson's in a split with Austin Eckler. ETN's been horrifyingly bad. And Tank Bigsby's actually played himself into a larger role. So there's just about a workload concern with every single player in this price range, except Chuba Hubbard, in my opinion.
I'm probably with you to some extent. I think Chuba Hubbard, I will say the Sims doesn't completely love him. Have you noticed that today as well?
I got 31% of him in the Sims.
That's a lot more than I got when I ran the Sims. FanDuel especially, where I have more exposure today, actually. Chuba Hubbard not showing up nearly as much. We do have some interesting plays, and I say interesting knowing that they're like named Javonte Williams and some other guys that are popping purely for massive leverage purposes, and 5,900 price tag over on FanDuel, a little bit different. Tracy, sub 5K. You still need those touchdowns over on FanDuel, and that's where I'm kind of paying up for Mason, Henry, getting to a little bit more there, because on DK, it's a little bit harder. Not expecting a huge passing game workload for Derrick Henry by any means, or Jordan Mason for what it's worth. But I am here for Chuba Hubbard as a nice piece going up against Chicago. Very good defense here on the other side for the Chicago Bears, but there's that. Zach Moss, Chase Brown. I mean, please don't do what you did to us again last week. I have no idea how to handle it if it continues that way. I don't really have anything else from the 6K range. You want to jump into the 5s here in a second?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We're going to catch up on some super chats though first. I'm going to go to the top of the board here. Anthony Masilli, $1.99. Fave FanDuel stack with night slate. Fave leverage play. I think there are two. I've been thinking about your question here a lot over the course of the last couple. On FanDuel, we get that Cowboys and Pittsburgh game. It is not ideal to have Brandon Cooks out there, but Jalen Tolbert maybe is somebody that could come along for a double where, you know, God forbid something happens there. But I do find Jake Ferguson to be an interesting piece to be firing up over there at the tight end position. We know how brutal the tight end position can be, but there is no doubt in my mind that Jake Ferguson, 6,200 up against Pittsburgh, that or it should be an okay spot for him to potentially see a couple more targets. Not that Brandon Cooks was a target haul by any means, but as I look at the rest of the board from that game, Justin Fields is a quarterback we didn't talk about there. It's FanDuel specific. He's, I believe, our third highest projected quarterback over there. Him and Pat Freiermuth feel like it's a little bit too easy. George Pickens is pulling quite a bit of ownership over on FanDuel. I'm a little bit nervous about that one, but specifically the Freiermuth one I find to be fun. So yeah, I like that for the night slate. As far as my favorite leverage piece, I love on FanDuel getting to Tank Dells and Josh Downs. They're both 6K. I think both of them give you leverage. Michael Pittman is going to be insane chalk at 6,100 over on FanDuel today. I like Josh Downs because potentially Joe Flacco just throws his way more. And, you know, I think it's pretty variable between the two of them. If all the ownership wants to go to Michael Pittman, like it currently is, I'm going to go to some Josh Downs as a leverage piece off of Michael Pittman. And then Tank Dell, 6K. I mean, that's just simply a game environment that, you know, we've seen the report for the last 2 years. When healthy, Tank Dell is a guy CJ Stroud absolutely loves. So I'm going to take some shots there. Anything you really like on FanDuel specifically? But by the way, those are both plays off of George Pickens, who's pulling a lot of ownership on FanDuel.
I'm a lot more interested in Lamar over there with just pricing dynamics. It's in general going to be a little looser on FanDuel, just week in, week out. So getting up to Lamar, I don't think is quite as tricky. And I mean, Lamar is $100 more than Jaden Daniels over there. So you'd see significantly different pricing compared to the other sites. I also like Stroud over there still as well. So in general, just more likely to pay up for the expensive quarterbacks because you have Jordan Love at 8,200. You have Daniels at 87. You're not saving as much salary by playing those cheap guys over on FanDuel.
I 100% love that shout out. I have more Lamar. I have almost none on DK. I have a lot more over on FanDuel.com. So thank you for throwing that one in there. Hopefully that helps your super chat. Riley Cooper, $1.99. Is it weird to play Patriots D over San Fran?
I don't think anything's ever going to be weird at defense.
I mean, completely different price tiers. Also, Matt Kajeski, defense is his favorite position to talk about in DFS, correct?
I don't even look at it. I just do what the Sims give me.
Thanks for the super chat, $1.99. And Will Griffey, $4.99. Appreciate everybody in the super chats. I appreciate you guys getting us to 100K subs. It is a great time to be alive. Will Griffey, $4.99. I am thinking of playing Atwell over Whittington. Atwell, 15 targets. Whittington, 13 targets last 3 games. Thoughts, ownership? A couple of thoughts. Just before I turned it over to Matt here. Kind of different spot. Whittington didn't get on the field as much. He's gotten on the field a lot more the last couple. So I know it's a 3-game sample size. We're always dealing with small sample sizes in the NFL, whereas baseball, I get 162 regular season games to make my conclusions on players. We don't get that in the NFL. However, there is no doubt that there is something to be said about Whittington playing more of like a cup role specifically. Tutu Atwell was a wagon once upon a time at
Louisville.
He sure was. Absolute wagon there. But Tutu Atwell at the NFL level, we've seen glimpses alongside like Baker Mayfield and just some absolute nobodies. Haven't really seen him with Matt Stafford take that step up. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I just think Whittington falls more in line for like, I think it is correctly projected, but if you talked me into a lineup or two trying to get away to Tutu Atwell, I don't completely hate it. He's shown a proclivity to be consistent in some regard, but in terms of ceiling, I don't see how Whittington isn't the better option.
Yeah, I just think it's really volatile. It was 2 weeks ago where you saw Whittington play 23 of 59 offensive snaps, and then last week they changed their game plan. That was a 12 personnel game for them in week 3. In week 4, they went 11, so then you saw Whittington come on the field more. Demarcus Robinson and Tutu Atwell were ahead of Whittington in that week 3 game. I don't know how they're going to play Green Bay today. Green Bay, I honestly kind of think they might return more to 12 because Green Bay's linebackers are so damn bad. So I don't know if you want Green Bay putting more corners on the field. That's a position of relative strength. The Packers have some of the worst linebackers in the entire NFL. So I don't really know what they're going to do, but I'm bringing Whittington down with the ownership he's carrying. Like, I'm just going to try to be right in line with the field. The Sims tool gave me way more than what I want, way more. Like, he's a positively leveraged play by a lot, but I don't really know if we're considering the range of outcomes for the Rams being extremely wide. And that's the thing. Like, I could get absolutely buried on this too, because we think he is positively leveraged, but I kind of disagree. I don't know about the snap share for any of the Rams pass catchers, to be honest with you. And I don't want to walk into just like volatility. Not only do they have to be like a competent passing attack today, but I have to guess who's actually going to play. I'll pass on the Whittington above the field and just try to stay right in line with this.
Yeah, Colby Parkinson, half the ownership of Tucker Kraft. That's kind of where I'm planning.
He's not coming off the field. He's the best
That's
play, I think, for the Rams.
I 100% agree. He's my highest owned Ram by far. So Colby Parkinson is going to be the guy I go to. Everything you said about the linebacking crew there with McDuffie, Walker, Cooper, Edgerrin Cooper from Texas A&M. Not very impressed with him in terms of his coverage, but he is an unbelievable guy going after the quarterback. That would seem to be, oh, great, Tyler Conklin headed to the medical tent. So yet again, tight end absolutely shafting me in year long, but whatever. I mean, nobody's having fun with tight end this year, so that makes me feel better.
Yeah, man, tight end is one I'm not paying as much attention to these days either. Brock Bowers blocking last week with Mayer out was a surprise. That's been my biggest stand really, is that Brock Bowers is a baller, but I don't know if Antonio Pierce really gets it or what's going on with this team, because I don't think having Brock Bowers inline blocking is your best chance to win football games, but I'm not really sure he's trying to do that.
Yeah, Conklin having a nice game. Relative to the tight end position, sure. Yeah, 6 for 55. I'm ecstatic with that. But
that's pretty
also,
damn good.
When they get to the red zone, and I feel it coming here against my Vikings, I would like to have Conklin on the field to at least make me feel better that there's an actual option to really separate at tight end. Feel like I haven't gotten a tight end to do anything for me. And of course, this week in another league, I played frickin' Kate Otten over Kyle Pitts, who doubled him up. So go me.
Are you talking about season long?
Back to DFS. We got the running back position here. I just wanted to tilt for like 2 seconds. Give me time, baby. Give me time. Austin Eckler, not going to be a thing for me anymore. I was hoping that was going to be something that showed up from Brian Robinson. Jerome Ford, 5,800, kind of interesting. DeAndre Swift. Oh, God. What a troll job by DeAndre Swift and the Chicago Bears. I feel like sometimes coaches just need to disappear into the abyss. But how about 5,200 Javonte Williams pulling 16.7% ownership? Alexander Madison, why? 12.3% ownership at 5,200. This is the range that I feel the absolute worst about. If anybody goes nuts in this range, Eric's not going to be happy.
Yeah, I'm pretty low on this range in general. Trying to focus my attention on Chuba, Jordan Mason, and then some combination of like another expensive backer just going down to Tracy. But I'm pretty spread around this group. You've made me pick a favorite one. It's DeAndre Swift. Coaching staff just lied about his workload last week. And maybe it was a hot hand. I don't know. But DeAndre was the hottest of them. But his pass catching role is fine. Where even if he stinks, his floor is still probably going to be pretty decent because he catches so many passes. The matchup is fine for him. That's if you force me to pick one. I have Javonte second, and I am considering bringing him down because of the revolving door that is Denver's backfield so far this year. Like, he was losing snaps to Tyler Bidet. Do we really think this guy has a locked-in workload? It's volatile. I would project him highest of the Denver backs, but I don't feel good about that at all. Otherwise, like Jerome Ford, I guess, Madison, who knows what that backfield's going to look like with him benching Zamir White. Same thing in New England. So Gibson, how much does Ramondre play? It's very, very dicey down here. I would prefer not to mess with this range in a big part of my lineups.
Yeah, on FanDuel, I'll get to some Javonte. I will not be playing him at 5,200 over on DK. No, thank you. Him and Alexander Madison, if they go ballistic, I'm going to go ballistic. That's kind of how it works. But last guy to talk about, period, at the running back position before we talk a little Bet 365 and then some wide receiver. But Tyrone Tracy, tell the people about him because he's 4,300. He is mega chalk. Everybody's talked about him on every show from the second that Devin Singletary looked like he was going to be missing this football game. Converted wide receiver from...
Well, he started at Iowa, and then their offensive coordinator is, we make a lot of fun of Shane Waldron, but Brian Ferentz is legitimately the 0 percentile offensive coordinator. Everyone that has left Iowa and played somewhere else, Charlie Jones, Tyrone Tracy, has suddenly become a wagon the second they leave his grasps. He finished his career with Purdue, where they changed his position to running back. Brian Ferentz had him playing wide receiver. So, I mean, you could straight up argue that Ferentz is just a moron and had him playing out of position, or you could argue he's a really good pass catcher. I could see it either way.
We could probably just argue that he's a moron because I want to make fun of Iowa every chance I possibly can. Go State. Yeah, that's pretty much all I got at running back. Anything? Who are your 3 highest owned running backs today?
Jordan Mason.
Yep.
Let me see. I went away from it. Jordan Mason, Chuba Hubbard, and Kyron.
Yep. Same 2, and then Josh Jacobs. I feel better about Josh Jacobs than you do.
Josh Jacobs, I have at 8%.
Okay. I have a lot more than 8%.
He's a great leverage play. We didn't talk about it from a leverage perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I only talk about his workload, which you can poke holes in. But even in a timeshare, you know, like Jacobs should be the preferred goal line back if he just scores the touchdowns instead of Jaden Reed, Wicks, Bo Melton, and Kraft. That is an excellent play off the field.
20-17. Garrett Wilson touchdown. I'm playing Garrett Wilson in like every year-long league. We're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about fun things like Bet365. Damn good find. Why don't you sock it to me one more time? Bet365, friends. You have an opportunity to bet 5, get $200 if you sign up in any of the glorious states where it is currently available, including Pennsylvania, where it was just recently added, as well as North Carolina. Come on and raise up, take your shirt off, twist it around your head, spin it like a helicopter, including Pennsylvania, Indiana, Iowa, Ohio, Arizona, New Jersey, Kentucky, Virginia, Louisiana, and Colorado. Those are your states for Bet365. Damn good find. Did that one already, so I can't do it again. But 5 into 200, that kind of sells itself, my friends, as well as some of these incredible single game parlay opportunities that you get where you get $10 for a touchdown when you make 3-leg parlays that equal plus 100 or greater in terms of odds. Unbelievable opportunity at Bet365 to go get yourself some money. So if you're at one of those states, go to the link below, bet 5, get 200. I'm just going to tell you the ROI on that is ridiculous. So take advantage. Alrighty, to wide receiver we go, where I think we're going to have a lot more fun. Oh, boy. Again, running back is pretty consolidated. I feel pretty good about some of the chalk up there. I have one leverage piece, but then, I mean, we're just running into the massive Green Bay chalk. I feel like it would be disingenuous to go salary tier without starting with Green Bay. Jaden Reed, Dontavian Wicks. What do we do with this kind of ownership, Matt?
We hinted on this when we were talking about Jordan Love. I'm a little below the field on Jaden Reed. I'm above on Wicks. And Melton's not owned at all. So I'm kind of debating, do I want to make a massive stand with Melton and then not play some of these dusty running backs way at the bottom, which I think is what I'm going to do. Yep. But I'm not 100% sure yet. So, I mean, basically just navigating Green Bay. I'm trying to be very careful with the Reed Love stuff. I don't think the Love Wick stuff is a problem. And honestly, I kind of want to play more Melton because he's 3%, man. Like, yes. That is wild. Melton was super talented. He was a 4-star recruit in college. He just made it. I don't know why he decided to go to Rutgers, but he did. So they kind of ruined his career. And then he was wildly underdrafted, went to Seattle, didn't make the team. Usually you don't get 7th round picks, getting a lot of opportunity. But when he played with Green Bay and when he played in playoff games, high leverage situations, this is a player that showed he's very talented. So I kind of want to be above the field, and we'll see how significantly. But I mean, 10%, you're already 3x what the projected field is. I think I'm going to be at least that, if not more.
I'm so unbelievably with you. Again, kind of been burying the lead, but I mean, I've talked about, Jaden Reed, the most popular guy on this entire slate. I mean, Nico Collins last week, I think was a mistake. I think it would also be a mistake for me to just immediately trim Jaden Reed just because I want to, looking at the ownership. And that's like the way my DFS brain worked once upon a time. Now I let the Sims tool kind of do its thing, but I do like that I'm underweight to Jaden Reed somehow, some way. Are you as well?
Yeah, I didn't even adjust it. I've only adjusted a couple situations, and that's probably the best way to do this because the Sims tool is very smart. And really what I'm doing is looking for situations that have really volatile playing time and then adjusting it one way or another. Like these are median projections that get fed in, and we have Sims in the back end, but it's still very hard if you think a guy is going to get 16 snaps or 46, like Jordan Whittington is one player I'm using as an example. The Packers, you just don't really have a large sample of these players playing together. They were a revolving door of who's in, who's out last year. I like that Reed is getting this much ownership because the other receivers have shown themselves to be talented, which is why I want to use them as leverage pieces today.
I'm with you. Bo Melton, Dontavian Wicks. I'm over the field on both of them. I am under on Jaden Reed. So take that for what you will. I'm sure I will regret saying these type of things coming up a little bit later because that seems to be how NFL has gone at times for me. But also last week, Nico Collins, just flat out mistake. I don't know how many times I can say it. Oh, wouldn't you know? Up in the 7K, 8K range, we've got one guy in the 8K range, Jamar Chase. I think when I'm sim ROI boosting guys, I'm kind of going for those super ceiling dudes. I think Jamar Chase falls into that category. I'm getting right around the field 11% of him. I wasn't on my initial run. Nico Collins, he is another just phenomenal play against Buffalo. I know Buffalo, much more imposing defense than what you get from Jacksonville and company, but Nico Collins, yet again, just going to project out well week in, week out. Tyreek Hill, just an afterthought at this point, which is so sad. Marvin Harrison Jr., good luck in San Francisco, my friend. And then Malik Neighbors not with us, and Devontae Adams will no longer be with the Mr. Raiders, more than likely. So, yeah, kind of a trimmed down 7K range as a result. Cooper Kupp coming back, it sounds like week 7. That's fun to think about. But up in the 7K, 8K range, anything you really love?
I think all these guys are completely fine. I mean, because of some of the ownership to the Packers guys, I think these guys in general are a little lower owned. And then you have Debo like right below this. So, I mean, Debo should be a 7K player. I won't change the conversation. But I don't think you're getting a lot of the 7K range just on that premise. I prefer Nico Collins if playing one of them. We mentioned already the Houston stacks. If I'm playing expensive stacks, they are on the Houston side. So he ends up just kind of naturally coming along as my favorite one. Number 2 would be Jamar Chase, if you made me pick one. But honestly, that's not the way my lineups are going a lot right now.
Justin Jefferson, catch the football. Oh, my God. What am I going to do? What am I going to do with myself?
I didn't turn the game on because I knew I would be doing that too.
I'm a Viking fan, though. I don't have a choice.
You always have a choice.
No, you don't have a choice, okay? We're 4-0. 4-0, Matt. Do you know how hard it is to be a Minnesota Viking fan? Do you have any idea? You don't know.
Yeah, I do. I have a fan of the Bears. It's worse.
You have Super Bowls in your lifetime.
No,
I've never seen a Super Bowl.
They went to one Super Bowl.
What is a Super Bowl? What is a Super Bowl?
They went to a Super Bowl when I was a tot.
Better than me.
Okay, I won't argue the what is it?
I saw that, Jordan.
The despair sweepstakes. I'm not gonna be involved in this.
Caleb's the truth, or hopefully he is today because I'm actually playing him. So that's cool. Go team. Yay, go Bears. Cool. Back to wide receiver, 6K range, guys. Deebo Samuel. Oh, Deebo, I love you so much. He's my favorite player in the NFL, not wearing a Minnesota Vikings uniform. Probably my favorite player in the NFL after that Justin Jefferson drop. But Jaden Reed, sitting there at 6,500. We got Zay Flowers, 6,400. I think will be a piece that people put with Lamar Jackson almost exclusively. Curious if you want to get to any Zay Flowers by himself, because that's kind of an interesting play to me. But how about Brian Ayuk and Brandon Ayuk? Could we Hadouken one time, Mr. Brandon Ayuk? That'd be fun. Amari Cooper, I think, is always live. Deontay Johnson pulling quite a bit of ownership now. 6K range, just a wagon. How many of these dudes can we possibly play?
3. You could play all 3 if you want. Doing that in a lot of lineups.
And Brian Thomas, oh, he's 5,900. T. Higgins, 6K love. Michael Pittman, 6K love. Terry McLaurin, 6,100 love. I mean, I could not love this range more.
Yeah, man. I mean, these are guys that all should probably be cresting 7K in the near future. And I think you could argue with some of the disappointing performances up top, some of those players should be a little bit cheaper, you know, when you just sort by salary. Should Jamar Chase really be 8K? Probably not. He's had one good game against the worst secondary in football. I think DK is fine. Yeah, I mean, the 7K range is not populous. There's only Nico Collins is the only one I really like up there right now.
Yeah, Nico Collins, I like Jamar Chase at 8K too. But, I mean, primarily just playing Burrow, Higgins, just taking them along for the ride, lots of doubles and moving on with my day. But 6K range, I mean, it's so hard to discern between some of these guys. This is where the Sims tool can really, really help you out. And again, with 20 minutes left, you would still have time to be able to sign up for any of the lovely packages we have here at Stokastic and have an opportunity to really enhance your DFS game. The Sims tool takes 10,000 lineup simulations. It is basically putting together your pool of lineups together, and it is helping you decide who are some of the best plays, and not just who are some of the best plays, but rather who are some of the like expected ROI plays, combining them together that are going to push you to the top, seeing that sim ROI on the left side of the screen. We also have the single lineup simulator, a great opportunity to build out the one lineup you might be hand building and see how it works up against some of our sims as well. It is an unbelievable new tool and new value add here at Stokastic. I use it all the time when I'm building out single lineup stuff. Not so much on these shows because, again, I'm going to be utilizing the massive contest generator and the pre-contest simulator for that so that I can build out my entire portfolio of lineups. But my God, if you're watching at home and you're trying to piece together some of the best lineups, or hey, how does this 6K Michael Pittman look next to a 6K T Higgins, and just seeing how that changes your lineup and your ROI, that's very, very powerful stuff. So check it out, my friends. But let's just jump into the 5K range as we're talking about it. Tank Dell 5,400, I think, is a nice piece of a GPP leverage. Well, not even leverage. It's leverage over Nico Collins, and I have more Tank Dell than I do. Well, not of Nico Collins, but I have more Tank Dell than the field. I have less Nico Collins than the field. Just running that back, that'll go well. Christian Kirk, not really a fan of the 8-9% there, although it is a game environment that if the weather holds, and yes, I've seen all the weather murmurs, I try not to react to it way too much unless I see a massive problem with it. I can't do anything about it. It's baked into projections. It has absolutely no influence on what I'm going to do here unless I see something egregious. But how about Cortland Sutton at 5,500? I heard Lofty on the last show a little bit talk about his red zone share at the tail end of that show, and I think that that is a very, very viable thing. You got him and Jacoby Myers, both at 5,500. We have that identical Javonte Williams, Alexander Madison thing. I mean, I feel like I'm just going to be underweight to those two, and I'll be overweight to these two, and hope that that works out my way. I understand it's a lower total game. I understand that neither of these teams are noted for their pass catching, but Cortland Sutton sure is in my heart and in my head. How are we feeling about the 5K range, my friend?
I think these guys are worth sprinkling as pieces that you're using as your contrarian option for. I mean, I just don't think you're really taking a stand on any of them. I have more of the Indianapolis game than the field, so I do have Kirk a little bit higher. I mean, Wicks is just the stone nuts at 5K. You should be playing Wicks. Brian Thomas, I mean, he's right in the same offense as Christian Kirk. So those are my most two owned players in this range that aren't named Wicks. Once you get below that, I have Wandale at like 10-ish%. I mean, I hope he's not just the target Ponzi scheme. Josh Downs, again, it's the same thing. That game environment's high. I like Tank Dell. I guess I'm slightly below the field on him, probably because I'm over on Nico, but pieces of that stack. I mean, if you're playing the Millie Maker, I'd consider Sutton. I'm happy he has a high red zone target share, but I'm sorry to break it to you guys. Like, the total's 36. They're not going to be in the red zone, just like they haven't been in the red zone all year long. So, I mean, like, it's a great stat if it was a team that scored points. The Bears guys like Keenan, I guess I'll sprinkle. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Jacoby Myers, I have a little bit of. I mean, I'm just playing so much Wicks, man. I think he takes a ton of it away.
I'm playing so much Josh Downs, man. It's taking everything away. Yeah.
I love Downs.
Downs.
Actually, I'm slightly below the field on him, but still at 9-ish%.
And don't completely sleep on Alec Pierce. I don't think we're going to get as many like bombs as what we saw from Anthony Richardson, willing to air it out there week one. But Alec Pierce, 4,900 as we dip into this range. Don't completely hate. Tutu Atwell, talked about that leverage a little bit. Keon Coleman. It's 3.4% in a game with the 48 total with a wide receiver, Khalil Shakir, who's out for this game. If Keon Coleman could show up one time in a spot like this, that would be useful. I'm overweight to him ever so slightly. And then we've got Jordan Whittington chalk. We've got a number of pieces, 4K, 3K. I'm just going to open it up to you. Anything that you really want to highlight, because I know you talked about Bo Melton. I think we're both there on a little bit of Bo Melton at 3,300, but anything else you really want to prioritize sub 5K?
So I brought Whittington just right down, basically in line with the field. I don't want him to burn me, but he's definitely not a stand I'm comfortable making. Atwell, I'm kind of doing the same thing with him. That's still a great game environment. So I want some run backs on the Rams. Some, I'm not going to force them by any means. Otherwise, the next player up from this area is Darius Slayton, who I'm still negatively leveraged on. I don't think I'm going to be positively leveraged on anyone else down in this range. Slayton is one. Trey Tucker, I have a % of. But yeah, especially now that I bumped Melton, I got a lot less of these guys.
Yep, I think Melton at 3,300, considering his opportunity, increased opportunity, and then his price tag, I think we've got him at like 2% now. Bo Melton.
2?
We have him
I'm
at
giving
2
him
now.
another bump.
Yeah, he's at 2. I'm gonna get to a lot of Bo Melton at this kind of ownership. On FanDuel, I got to 5% of him, which is a little bit wild, probably a little bit too much there. But late swap, we're going to be just banging the drum on late swap yet again here as we head to the tight end position, where a lot of the times, you know, he'll look at tight end and it just ends up being like pair it with the quarterback. I think we've said that every week, it seems like this season. Feels especially true here, but there's at least ceilings that I think exist on this slate where Trey McBride, George Kittle, Brock Bowers, Dalton Kincaid all exist. David Njoku, I don't know if we see like 80, 90% snap share right out of the get-go against Washington here. I would love to. I think he would be a fun run back on other weeks where, you know, David Njoku at the tail end of last season was a confirmed Matt Gajewski wagon. But how do we feel about the 5K range here at tight end? Because it is a pay up to be contrarian, considering 40%. Yes, 40% of the field is playing either Tucker Kraft or Colby Parkinson. What a time to be alive.
I am playing 66% of those two guys. I think they are far and away the two best plays on this slate. And even if they fail, it doesn't matter. So, I mean, it's not the position I want to get leverage on whatsoever. We have the higher end tight ends projected for like 11.5-ish points. And you save 2 or 3K going down to this range where you're getting in the 9-ish point range. Like, I'm just going to be eating the chalk heavy at tight end and be contrarian in a lot of other places.
Can we get, I don't know, George Kittle to absolutely annihilate Souls for one game? That'd be fun.
He does do that. He's hurt, but he's playing. Arizona has a terrible defense. Kittle, last time he annihilated Souls, had some injuries around him. So he's probably the target 3 in the offense. I don't hate getting to him. He's at 4% of my lineups, 5% of my lineups, which is slightly negatively leveraged.
Garrett Wilson, 12 catches, 92 yards, and a touchdown. Is that good?
Seems good.
Oh, just another catch, 13 catches, 101 yards, touchdown. I'm playing against him in every league.
Quit talking about season long.
Okay, cool. Let's go to this bottom end of tight end here because I don't really have a whole lot. I mean, I knew we were going to absorb a lot of our time at the running back wide receiver position, and that's why I allocated as much to it as what we did. We've got 12 minutes left, but any tight ends that aren't named Colby Parkinson, that aren't named Tucker Kraft, that we could potentially take shots on, maybe potentially stacking them with our quarterback. I have one guy in particular.
Brenton Strange playing
That's
a lot
him.
of that Jacksonville Indy game. So I think he's one to mention. The Cincinnati guys are tricky because Eric All seems to be taking over for Gesicki a little bit, but I don't think Gesicki's ever going to lose his role. He's in there on very specific pass catching situations. Theo Johnson's interesting to me with the lack of options they have to throw the ball to. Just not sure, you know, you have to work on these different conflicting ideas, I guess. He should see more targets, but the offense should just be way worse without their best players. It's kind of like a rising tide lifts all boats when Neighbors and Singletary are out there. So are they just completely anemic on offense? Maybe, I don't know. Nothing more than a sprinkle for sure. Ertz is down here. He plays a lot. I mean, that's about it. Fant, I guess.
How about Trembleclef? Tommy Tremble. Can we click on Tommy Tremble at all?
If they started awarding us points for blocks.
Why don't they have Sanders out there? Wasn't he a wagon at Texas?
Yeah, he was. He doesn't block though. Tremble blocks.
Yeah, I want to see Sanders out there. That'd be fun.
Me too. That would be
my
sick.
best ball wants Sanders out there.
We got season long and best ball mentions on the DFS show already.
Buddy, it's tough times here right now. I'm sweating this game. It's less than a minute left. My Vikings are down or are up 6. And Aaron Rodgers, basically the bane of my existence. I don't know, my entire life, my entire adult life is Aaron Rodgers, and he is driving currently. I do.
Yeah, it's just a pet peeve of mine when you listen to like a DFS show, especially one that's like recapping or something. And
I'm not recapping shit. I'm talking about it live.
You didn't let me finish.
Oh, sorry. I love you.
When they bring up their best ball portfolios, it's sort of like, well, at least I have them in best ball, you know?
I never say that. When have I ever said that?
2 seconds ago.
To the defense we go, and then we'll take some super chats and we'll get some questions and we'll leave this place of sanctitude and sadness. George Kittle will play week 5. We already saw that. Thank you, Jay Glazer, though. That is very nice to know. Defense, it needs love too. We got to figure out exactly what we're going to do other than play Panthers chalk ? Broncos chalk ? I mean, what is going on here today? 2,400, 2,900 for 2. I mean, the Broncos one makes complete sense. They've been an awesome defense here, but my favorite defense for tournaments today is the Seattle Seahawks. Yes, I'm playing some Daniel Jones. I'm also very aware that Daniel Jones could have some Will Levis type interceptions and look like a dunce cap. He was Will Levis before Will Levis was Will Levis. So I'm going to be getting to the Seahawks defense in tournaments. I think New England defense, I'm a little surprised to see them at 5%. I thought that they would be a little bit more popular against Huntley and this version of the Miami Dolphins that can't really run a football. That's not going to be helpful for them there. And then the Colts against Jacksonville, everything we've seen from Trevor Lawrence here. I know I've talked about Brian Thomas being a wagon and some of these other pieces, but very much here for that. Who are some of your favorite defenses for tournaments, Matt?
Very spread on defense, and ownership is not going to be condensed anywhere. So I think you can play the Broncos just fine if you want to. Just be a little careful. Commanders are my second most owned defense. You're playing Deshaun Watson. So even though they're bad on paper, the QB might just be worse. Panthers were number 3 for me. They're extremely cheap, so they allow you to do some other stuff. And then I'm with you on Seattle. Had them as my 4th most owned defense. Jaguars actually came in at 5. So it's the same thing with you. I do have a lot of exposure to that game on the offensive side. When I'm playing Jaguars defense, just making sure my quarterbacks are not facing them.
First team in the NFL to be 5-0, the Minnesota Vikings.
See, what are you complaining about?
Absolutely nothing. I'm very relaxed and very calm, and I'm very excited to talk through some super chats. Just casual 5-0, nothing to see here. James Foster, $1.99, made a lineup with Knicks, Franklin Troutman. Thank you for your sacrifice.
Hopefully you're jamming chalk around that. If that's the stack that hits, you will be a millionaire today.
Hopefully you're already a millionaire if you're playing any amount of money on that lineup. Spencer Sharp, $1.99, Reed, Tracy Judy, or Melton, Walker, Jamar Chase. All right, Reed, Tracy Judy. Jerry Judy, are we going to be doing that against Washington? I don't think I can. I like the Melton, Walker, Jamar Chase side of that one.
Me as well.
Let's see. Any other super chats that we have here? Riley Cooper, $4.99. I love Diggs. Yeah, you know, he once upon a time, Minnesota legend. I love Diggs, but do you believe in the revenge narrative? I don't believe in revenge narratives.
I don't think so.
I don't think that's something I think about ever. Diggs revenge game incoming from Trill Fade again. Yeah, I don't really know what to think about it. Let's recap some stuff for the people here. We have 6 minutes left. Make sure you have your DFS lineups in. Make sure you smash that like button for Matt Gajewski, because he has been professional on this show as opposed to me, who had to sweat that game the entire frickin' time. And I know you were too. I know you were out there watching it. We're going to have 3 straight weeks of London games. I know that we'll have some overlap. Wanted to be able to, you know, I don't want to be immune to being able to talk about what's going on here live for the people, but also I understand that this is a business transaction and we need to get ourselves in a prime position to make some money. 3 favorite tournament quarterbacks, my friend.
Oh, we're ranking them. 3 favorites for tournaments. Okay. Purdy. I think he's an excellent, just direct. He's coming with some ownership, so it's not like he's going to give you pure leverage. But coming off Love, I do like that. Expensive will be CJ Stroud. Can I say Deshaun Watson?
Yep.
I hate
Purdy,
it, but I kind of like it.
Purdy, Josh Allen, and on FanDuel, Joe Flacco and Justin Fields. I think both of them are awesome on FanDuel. Joe Flacco's 6,800 over there, where you have a 6,100 Michael Pittman and 6K Josh Downs. The amount of them that I have could choke a donkey. It's absurd how much I have. Joe Burrow doubles as well. Those are going to be what make or break my day. So that'll be fun. Running back position, your favorite 2 chalky running backs and your favorite 2 contrarian running backs.
Jordan Mason, Kyron for the chalky ones.
Yeah.
DeAndre Swift and Derrick Henry, if you made me pick contrarian ones.
I will say, I mean, Josh Jacobs is 13%. I think that makes the cut. I'll throw him in there. Your boy Chuba is sitting there just 14%, so I totally get that one as well.
Oh, I forgot him. He's supposed to, did I say him? He's supposed to be my number 1.
Yeah, he should be your number 1, you damn dirty liar, but it's okay.
If I forgot to say him, he's the answer.
Yeah, no,
I had scrolled down too far
answer.
and forgot I had hit so much at him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm playing running back a little bit chalkier than most. Wide receiver, I am certainly not, considering we talked about the cheapie Bo Melton. So we'll take Bo Melton off the floor here for the people because we've brought him up enough. I don't think Bo Melton's family's talked about him this much before. But your favorite 2 expensive, mid-range, and cheap wide receivers not named Bo Melton on the cheap end.
Well, I can't pick too expensive because I'm only really playing Nico Collins with any frequency. Jamar Chase is a sprinkling for me, so he by default has to be number 2.
6K and up can be the expensive cutoff.
Oh, well, in that case, I like going to Brandon Ayuk as a contrarian play, and man, I'll say Pittman. I guess he's a little owned. I like the cheaper guys for contrarian options. Melton by default. Then Christian Kirk and the Jacksonville guys, I suppose. I don't know. It's hard to pick. Normally we do touchdown and 100 yards. So it was not ready with 18 players to go.
Oh, my fault. Oh, I'm so sorry. How dare I? Oh, I just wanted to do something different. Oh, DJ Moore, by the way, I love it. 6,600 as a massive contrarian piece in tournaments. So throw that in there. Rich Boy Geese, 499. I hopefully believe in revenge narratives there. Keenan Allen or Myers on FanDuel. I will go to the Myers side on FanDuel. Keenan Allen, more of a DraftKings play for me.
Agreed.
Let's see. Eric, all of them. Yeah, no, I mean, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Eric, all for the win. That's what we're talking about. I don't think there's anything else. That was the only super chat, correct, Jordan Klein? Caught everything else up? Gee, Jordan Klein, thank you very much. You are so professional. Also, doesn't he look like a Swedish DJ today?
Let me pull him up. I guess.
Put him on. Put yourself on screen, Jordan Klein. The people need to see Swedish DJ
No
Jordan Klein. The headphones and the get up, the whole thing. Dude, you make fun of me all show. You put me up going.
Eric, this is easy. Just take a screenshot of him and tweet it. Easy game. He can't
Smile.
hide.
There we go. I got away from him too. That's beautiful. All right, 2 minutes. Everybody smash the like button. Another NFL Live Before Lock in the books here for week 5. 5 successful, 5 up, 5 down. That seems pretty good. I'm going to go study some baseball and see if there's anything I can find for the people in the baseball streets to add to the NFL streets. Very excited about MLB playoffs here as we're continuing on our merry way. But don't forget to check out NFL Showdown Live Before Lock. That'll be Emac and Matt Bellman coming your way this evening, that's for sure. But thank you, Jordan Klein. Matt Gajeski, though, you get the most thanks because you were actually nice to me today and also kept me in my place. Any final words for the people as we get out of here?
No, we appreciate you all being here. Big milestone today with the 100K subs. We couldn't do it without all you guys. It means a lot that you come and spend time with us every Sunday and all throughout the week for our showdowns, our strategy shows, everything. So whatever sport it is, whatever content you like, just thank you for supporting. It means a ton.
Did you show yourself on screen, Jordan? Did you show yourself for a second? Thank you. Swedish DJ. I feel very proud of that assessment. I'm Eric Lindquist. Go follow me at Eric Lindquist. He's Matt Gajeski. Go follow him at Matt_Gajeski. Check out Tails. We're both there. You can both tail us over there. That's why it's called Tails. Until next time, until week 6 next week, best of luck in the NFL streets here on Sunday.